Record 5. All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Public Service Commission of South Carolina. We're here in dockets numbers 2019-224E and 2019-225E. Let's take roll. Present in the hearing room are Commissioners Caston, Powers, Belzer, and Jay Williams. Joining us virtually are Commissioners Irvin and Thomas. We left off with Mr. Oliver leaving the witness stand. Duke Companies, please call your next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's Rebecca Doolin for the Duke Companies. The companies call Mr. Matthew Kalimba.
Mr. Kalimba, if you would take the stand and raise your right hand. Thank you, Madam Court Reporter. You've already been sworn.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll get going. Good afternoon, Mr. Kalimba. Are you the same Matt Kalimba who offered testimony earlier in this proceeding?
Yes, I am.
And if I recall correctly, you testified about Duke's solar and battery storage assumptions that are in the IRP. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. I want to talk to you today about your rebuttal testimony. So did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket rebuttal testimony consisting of 43 pages?
I did.
And I believe certain pages of your rebuttal testimony contain confidential information. And so we filed a public version and asked that a confidential version remain under seal. Does that sound correct to you?
It does, yes.
And do you have any changes or corrections to your rebuttal testimony at this time?
Yes, I have two corrections. First, on page 9, row 9, the word land should be deleted so that the text reads, costs are based on Carolina's specific costs. The second correction is on page 15 of my testimony. On line 28, there was a block quote. I need to strike the words with something here at the end of line 28. That was extraneous text that's not part of this quote.
Thank you, Mr. Kalimba. So other than those changes, if I were to ask you the same questions that are contained in your rebuttal testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask that Mr. Kalimba's pre-filed rebuttal testimony as corrected today would be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Kalimba's pre-filed corrected rebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
And Mr. Chairman, that's confidential testimony, so we would request that the confidential version remain under seal. I should have mentioned that earlier.
And the confidential version of that testimony will remain under seal.
Thank you. And Mr. Kalimba, did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket 2 rebuttal exhibits?
Yes.
And do you have any changes or corrections to those rebuttal exhibits at this time?
I do not.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that Mr. Kalimba's pre-filed rebuttal exhibits be entered into the record and marked as the next hearing exhibit, please, sir.
Mr. Kalimba's pre-filed rebuttal exhibits will be marked as a composite exhibit and entered into the record as hearing exhibit 39.
Thank you. Right at this time, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'm going to walk Mr. Kalimba through a few questions to present his rebuttal testimony very briefly to you. Mr. Kalimba, your rebuttal testimony responds to certain criticisms from CCBA witness Lucas and witness Olson. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the purpose of my rebuttal testimony.
Great. So let's start with Mr. Lucas's comments about the investment tax credit. What is your understanding of witness Lucas's comments around this?
So the federal tax credit has been available to solar facilities or to solar providers, and that was recently extended. And Mr. Lucas believes that the IRP should be modified to include that ITC.
And when was the decision made to extend the investment tax credit?
That was in December of 2020.
And when did the companies file their IRPs in this docket?
So we filed our IRPs in September of 2020, and the assumptions that we used in that IRP or in this IRP were from the spring or summer of 2020.
And so based on what you've provided in your rebuttal testimony, could you summarize for the commission whether you think it's reasonable for the companies to conduct a new IRP or modify this IRP to include this type of change that occurs after the IRP has been completed?
Sure. So, you know, as we mentioned, as my rebuttal testimony explains, and company's witness Snyder discussed further, I think it's inevitable that new information is going to be available after the IRP is complete. Resource planning assumptions are constantly changing. The IRP process is intended to present information that is accurate at a specific point in time when such inputs and assumptions were developed. I think it would be unworkable to revise the IRP every time new information came about a particular input. So I don't believe it's reasonable for the companies to go back and conduct an entirely new IRP for this change.
And when will the companies incorporate this change into their IRPs?
So we'll incorporate the extension of the ITC into the IRP update, which we filed in September of this year.
Thank you. Turning to another topic, Witness Lucas recommends a 19% cost reduction to the company's fixed O&M costs for solar. Could you describe for the commission whether you find that to be reasonable as your rebuttal testimony states?
Sure. So I don't think it's reasonable. He makes this recommendation because our solar capital costs are approximately 20% lower than the NREL ATB moderate case. But as you know, we calculate our FOM costs separately from the capital costs of the solar facility. I would emphasize that our FOM costs include things like labor costs and land lease costs that are specific to current and projected costs in the Carolinas. So, and my understanding is that the NREL ATB solar FOM costs do not include land lease costs. And I believe this was confirmed in a document cited by Witness Lucas in his rebuttal testimony that I reviewed.
Mr. Kalimba, when you say FOM, can you tell the commission what you mean by FOM?
Sure. Sorry. So that's the fixed operating and maintenance costs of a facility. So there can be variable operating and maintenance costs as well, but I'm just talking about the fixed portion of those costs.
Thanks. I thought that acronym would be helpful for them. I may already know that though. Have you conducted an analysis as to what a lower solar cost would look like if the companies were to consider that?
Yes. So we conducted some solar cost sensitivity in the IRP that we filed. So it's available in there, and on my testimony on pages 12 and 13, I discussed those results.
And I'd like to move on to Witness Lucas's comments about the company's battery storage cost assumptions. How much higher are the company's battery storage cost assumptions compared to industry publications that Witness Lucas references? I believe your rebuttal testimony speaks specifically to this point.
So we, when you compare across industry publications, I think that we compare favorably. There's costs such as, you know, that are presented by Wood Mackenzie, EPRI, NIPSCO, that are presented in my rebuttal testimony, along with a host of other publications as well. And we're well aligned with those publications. I show them in it's a confidential figure in my report. And so I feel like our battery storage cost assumptions are reasonable.
And when you compare the projected cost decline of battery storage costs that the company projects, if you compare that to NREL, then how do you think those two compare? And your rebuttal testimony speaks to this as well, I believe.
Sure, yes. So on figure 8, page 20 of my rebuttal testimony, I show our cost declines from the IRP compared to the NREL cost declines that they show. And we align very well with the NREL ATB advanced case, which is, I think, their most aggressive cost decline projections.
And your rebuttal testimony points out that you believe that battery storage costs are hard to quantify and that there's some uncertainty around them. Can you describe for the commission a little bit more about why you believe that as you've described in your rebuttal testimony?
Sure. So, you know, as I review other publications, it's very difficult to compare those costs across various publications. And NREL actually references this in their report. They say they agree that there are significant challenges to developing battery cost projections that can be compared across these various publications. So, you know, there is considerable uncertainty, and NREL even states that I think cost projections can vary by plus or minus $100 per kilowatt hour.
Thank you. Now I'm going to talk a little bit more about the solar operational assumptions that are that you support that are in the IRP. And witness Lucas criticizes the companies for the assumptions they make about fixed tilt versus tracking solar. And can you describe for the commission, as you have in your rebuttal testimony, what the basis is for the assumptions that are in the IRP related to solar facilities that are fixed tilt or that are tracking?
Sure. So, you know, as I mentioned earlier, we use information that we know at the time the IRP is developed to create our assumptions. So in the particular instance of fixed tilt versus tracking, we base this type of solar facility and the configuration is based on what we have on our system today and what's under contract to come onto our system, as well as any information that we have at the time from things like competitive procurement. You know, it's based on information that we have at the time.
And are the companies updating this information as they receive new information? I believe you addressed this in your rebuttal testimony.
Yep. So the companies we're gonna continue to evaluate the type of solar configurations that PURPA facilities are using, and we'll make adjustments to those assumptions in the IRPs. And I do say in my rebuttal testimony that we've already committed to changing this for future solar in the IRP under the CPRE program.
And I believe just maybe one more topic. I wanted to ask you about the interconnection limits that are included in the IRP modeling. Why are the interconnection limits that are in the IRP, why are those assumptions reasonable?
So first, let me explain where those limits came from. So they're based off of our average number of megawatts interconnected each year from 2014 to 2019. And that average was about 527 megawatts, and that was across DC and DP. So due to timing and physical constraints, there is a limitation on the amount of new generation that can be consistently interconnected to the company's systems each year.
And just one final question for you. We talked earlier about how you gave testimony earlier in the week, and I just wanted to ask you if you had any corrections or clarifications that you would like to make to any of the testimony that you gave earlier this week.
I do. Mr. Snowden asked me about the cost to replace expiring PPA contracts that are forced into the model. I believe I told him that as those PPA contracts expire, they're replaced in kind and at the capital cost assumed by the company in the IRP. However, after reviewing what was actually in the model, I realized that I need to clarify that answer. I should have said that in the IRP, existing solar PPAs and their in-kind replacements do not have costs associated with them, as they are constant across all portfolios as inputs into the model. And as such, no costs are assumed. Now, however, incremental solar above this level is included at the solar capital cost included in the model.
And I'm sure you'd be happy to clarify that further with Mr. Snowden if you would like.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Kalimba. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Kalimba is available to be cross-examined by opposing counsel and answer questions from the commission. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Ben Snowden for the Carolinas Clean Energy Business Association. And we do have some questions for Mr. Kalimba.
All right, please proceed.
Mr. Kalimba, it's nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. And I appreciate you making that clarification to your previous testimony. I guess I'll start by asking, and this is again just for clarification, after leaving the stand, after your direct testimony, you have had conversations with Duke's counsel regarding the substance of your testimony. Is that right?
I've had discussions with my counsel.
Okay. But it was your understanding, and as far as you know, counsel's understanding that was all permissible when you had those conversations, right?
That was my understanding.
Yep, understood. Thank you. So with regard to the specific clarification that you made, so you say that when and we're talking about what happens in Duke's model when current PPAs expire, right?
That's right.
Okay, so when those PPAs expire, is that solar generation kept in the model just at no additional cost?
Yeah, so that's right. So let's think about this way. So when we put in a solar PPA that's existing today on the ground or has a PPA signed to connect, that is forced into the model. And then we're assuming that when that contract is up, it is replaced in kind, but that's consistent across all portfolios. So there's actually no cost assigned with that. We're only looking at incremental costs. So if we were gonna, if there's other programs or whatever that's adding solar, those other solar buckets or additions would get assigned a cost. But since that is the existing contract that rolls into a replacement in kind, there's no change in the megawatts. You're not going to see a change in the cost associated with that. So we're not charging that replacement in kind any cost. So if you were to take real quick. So if you were to take a delta across portfolios and you looked at what was driving the delta cost, there wouldn't be any cost associated with that replacement in kind across portfolios.
Okay, so that solar stays in the model. Is that right?
That's correct.
And would that be the same as say you had a 5-year PPA that was expiring in 5 years from now? Effectively, that treatment would be the same as extending that 5-year PPA for the entire planning period, but just at the same PPA price, right?
Well, yeah, because we're not even assigning a price to that PPA that we're putting in. So I'd be extending it at zero price. But again, because it's not, it doesn't have a price assigned to it when we force it in. We're only assigning prices to incremental new solar.
Understood. So the cost of that solar doesn't change at the end of the PPA, right?
Right, to the extent that there is no cost, but yes, that doesn't change.
Understood. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, and this is the treatment that the model gives to all the solar forced into the model, right? Whether the term is 5 years or 10 years or 15 years or 20 years.
So yeah, so let's say we're going to force that. That's certainly the case for solar that's being forced in, into the model. That's the case. So if there's a contract that we're forcing in that was 10 years, at the end of that 10 years, it would just roll up, continue onward, and there would be no cost associated with that. Again, it's only if we're adding incremental solar would you actually see a cost associated with that.
Thank you. So for these PPAs that are forced into the model, the company sees no need to make any assessments about what the facility's expectations of their post PPA revenues would be, does it?
For these particular ones, no, but if we were going to allow the model to economically select, for instance, solar or some sort of PPA that I think that the ORS has suggested we do, it's not my determination how we're going to handle that. I think Witness Snyder would certainly be able to talk more about how they would actually handle in the IRP. But from understanding how the model works, if you're going to force in something that's only like a 5-year contract or something like that, right? So we're going to force in something that's not force in. Let the model economically select like a 5-year contract. It'll select that 5-year contract, and then you have to make a determination, I believe, on what's going to happen at the end of that contract. And I don't know, again, how that's going to be handled. I think Witness Snyder would certainly be the correct person to talk to about that. I don't know. I don't know how that he would handle that in the model.
Understood that you don't know what Mr. Snyder would say. Is it your understanding that the model does not allow the selection of solar PPAs as additional resources?
So it's my understanding we have to select new solar at the capital costs that we're showing that we've discussed, I think, in my direct testimony. So we allow it to select a bucket of new solar at the capital costs we're showing.
Okay, I just want to be clear. I understand this. The model is allowed to select new solar at the company's own capital costs. So the cost of solar for the company to build it and own it, right?
Yeah, I guess the cost of service cost. I think that's what we say. So like our capital cost spread over, levelized over 30 years, the life of the asset. So yes, and with assumptions around what it takes to operate and the costs associated with those in the Carolinas. So assumptions around we talked about tax rates and things like that, or insurance costs and whatnot. So it's what our assumptions are around those. Now I don't know what a solar PPA, how they finance, or what they do. So I wouldn't be in a position to say we should price it this or allow the model to select solar PPAs at a certain price. So
I understood that Mr. Snyder would be the one to ask about why the model functions as it does. I just want to understand what the model does and doesn't do as you understand it.
Oh yeah, so currently it just allows us to select that one type of solar. That again is based on the company's capital costs and whatever assumptions we have in to get that to a levelized cost. So all of the additional costs around taxes and insurance and things like that.
Okay, so it doesn't allow the selection of solar PPAs from third parties, right?
Specifically, I would say we don't. I think that's really a fair
point. Thank you. And Mr. Kalimba, you just talked about this a moment ago in your summary. You respond to Mr. Lucas's recommendation that the company be required to revise its modeling of capital costs to reflect the extension of the federal investment tax credit, or the ITC. Remember that?
Right. Yes.
Okay, and that extension occurred in December 2020, as you testify, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Would you agree that the extension of the ITC would have a significant downward impact on the costs of new solar or solar plus storage that was eligible for the ITC?
It would have an impact on the downward cost.
Okay, but it's your.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's okay. I don't want to talk over you. But it's your testimony that the companies will update modeling of capital costs to reflect the ITC going forward, but it's not reasonable to issue an entirely new IRP to incorporate this change in policy. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Would you agree that if the commission were to direct Duke to prepare a modified IRP for any other reason, it would also be appropriate to update the company's modeling to reflect the ITC extension?
Yeah, I think that's a great point too. I mean, I can't speak for all of the inputs that we would update. I don't know if we would update. I imagine we would update a new load forecast, new fuel prices. That is unclear to me exactly what we would do, but I agree, since the solar ITC has been extended by Congress in December of 2020. That's now a known variable, and I think that that would be certainly something that we would change in the IRP if we were directed to refile a new IRP.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Colombo.
Offer up that, we do sensitivities in the IRP, and just really briefly, don't do all these sensitivities just to fill pages, but I think, we do like the solar low cost sensitivity I talked about in my rebuttal testimony. We do a sensitivity in there that I think reflects the impacts of what that ITC might be. I mean, we do keep costs a lot lower throughout the time, and that low sensitivity is not just for this 2-year extension. But you can see, look at those results and say, well, in those first 2 years, does it select more? Yes, it selects a little bit more solar. So, and I was over in that low solar cost sensitivity, it does select, I think it was like 400 megawatts more additional solar, or 450 megawatts more solar. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Glemba. And the company is already working on the IRP update for 2020, right? I'm sorry, 2021, right?
We're in the midst of it. We are.
Okay, and so is the company already developing updated capital cost assumptions reflecting the ITC now?
We are in the midst of doing that. Yes.
So you're doing it, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to move on and talk about the modeling assumption about fixed tilt versus single axis tracking solar panels,
okay.
Which you also referred to in your summary. So the company assumes, or the company's modeling assumes that only 60% of new solar facilities will have single axis trackers, which let the panels shift to sort of track the sun. Is that right?
Yes, Phil. Yes, new solar, we assume 60-40 split of single axis tracking and fixed tilt.
Okay. And Mr. Lucas and Mr. Olson, CCBA's witnesses, both say that this is not a reasonable assumption because the industry has moved away from fixed tilt to single axis tracking systems. Is that right?
So at the time, I firmly believe it was a reasonable assumption because, our assumptions are based on what we know at the time. So at the time, we knew that CPRE Tranche 1 was reflecting 60-40 split of, let me rephrase that. So CPRE Tranche 1 winning bids, the blend of those bids were around a 60-40 split between single axis tracking and fixed tilt solar. So that's what we knew at the time. And as I think I mentioned in my rebuttal testimony, now that the results of CPRE Tranche 2 are known and reflecting 100% single axis tracking, I think that, I agree it makes sense to have us move in that direction. I'd also point out real quick, I mean, I mentioned this report that witness Lucas referenced in his rebuttal testimony. And they show a graph in there that shows percentages of fixed tilt versus single axis tracking over the years. And it shows certainly an increase in single axis tracking. It's not 100%, but it's definitely moving in that direction. So, I mean, all in all, I think our assumptions for the IRP were appropriate, and I'm certainly willing to recognizing that we need to make an update to our assumptions.
Okay, so you'd agree that as of now, it would be appropriate to assume going forward that 100% of solar facilities are single axis tracking, right?
So I will say that economically selected CPRE projects, the PURPA projects under South Carolina Act 62 that we had forced into the model, I do think that there are projects that are in the queue that we're assuming that are coming through. We don't have a good view into the queue. They don't specify what's single axis tracking and fixed tilt. So we don't know. And to the extent those projects have been in the queue for a while, they might be fixed tilt. So I believe that we should be adjusting the percentage for those. I'm not 100% sure we should go all the way to 100% single axis tracking. I'd really like some more information and be able to look at that some more. But I think I need to clarify that when I say 100%, it's all of these other projects that are likely just going to materialize out of the queue in the next couple of years that are not going to be 100% single axis.
Okay. Thank you for that. And maybe I should just clarify real fast here that as I understand it, the modeling, as we've discussed it, Duke's model has a certain amount of solar that is forced in, and that, as we discussed a few days ago, includes CPRE and expected, the North Carolina CPRE program, the GSA programs, PERPA QFs, that sort of solar that the company is already in one way or another obligated to procure, right?
That's right.
Okay, and distinct from that is the question of additional solar that might be selected by the model, which hasn't been contracted or anything like that yet. Is that a fair distinction?
Yes, I think that's a fair distinction, yes.
Okay. So my questions, unless I specifically say otherwise, my questions are all going to go towards that second bucket of solar, the solar that might be selected by the model. Is that
Okay?
Is that fair?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, just to be clear. And now I'll try to remember what I was talking about. But so you'd agree, though, that for that second bucket of solar, we'll call it new solar, that 100% single axis tracking is a pretty reasonable assumption.
I think that's a reasonable assumption for now. I mean, you know, as Commissioner Urban talked about new technologies coming online, I think we need to be aware of that and seriously consider other technologies that are out there. But to the extent that where the market is today, and it is single axis tracking, I think that's appropriate assumption. I think we do need to evaluate these other technologies that might be even more efficient than a single axis tracker.
Thank you. And the distinction between single axis tracking and fixed tilt, does that mostly, in the model, does that mostly play out in the ELCC values of the solar facility?
No, well, mostly is a relative term, but let's say the impacts are have to do with the energy output and energy profile of single axis tracking versus fixed tilt. So the single axis tracking might be on a little bit earlier and stay on a little bit later in the day because it can tell its azimuth towards the horizons better, right? And it will have faster ramps because it can see that as well, because it's tracking the sun. It's gonna have faster ramps on its output. So I think that's reflected in the model, and certainly to your point, the ELCC does would be reflective of that type of technology. So I'm sorry, to be clear, if you have single axis tracking, you're going to have a different ELCC than you're going to have for a fixed tilt.
Presumably a higher ELCC for.
Yeah, I think we from the study you go from a 1%, roughly under 1% for fixed tilt up to like 3% or so for single axis, if I recall. So still, if you're talking about 100 megawatts, you're getting 3 megawatts out at winter peak versus 1 megawatt out at winter peak.
Okay, understood. But if that's true, you're talking about tripling the winter ELCC value for solar, starting from a very small place.
That math is correct. You're right.
Okay, thank you. And you testified that the company based this 60-40 assumption on the results of CPRE Tranche 1. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and when were the results of CPRE Tranche 1 announced? Do you recall?
I'm sorry.
Let me help you.
Don't,
was it in July 2019?
That sounds right. Yes.
Okay. And when were if you know, strike that. Was the deadline for submittal of Tranche 1 bids October of 2018?
That is probably correct. Yes, that would make sense.
Okay. So looking at the projects that were currently sort of under development, or rather, would you agree that the distribution of single axis and fixed tracking systems that you were looking at really was about 2 years old when you incorporated it into the IRP in the fall of 2020?
Yeah, to the extent that the projects that bid in were already in the queue. Yeah, so they would be older. That's right.
Okay. And did Duke look at any other data sources to determine the percentage of fixed tilt versus single axis tracking systems to include in the model?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, so it didn't look at the Tranche 2 bids?
No, I don't know if I was aware of what the Tranche 2 bids were at the time.
It didn't look at any industry reports or other publications about how much single axis tracking versus fixed tilt was being built?
Not specifically, no. No, it did not.
Did Duke ask the folks who are actually developing solar facilities in North Carolina and South Carolina what they were planning to build over the next several years?
I have not had conversations. There may have been other folks in our company that have conversations, but I have not asked, a solar developer themselves what they're planning on building.
So you don't know if this question was asked by Duke in one of the many stakeholder groups that the company conducted?
No, I was in the stakeholder group sessions. I don't recall any question or anyone offering up that information.
Okay. Does it seem like the kind of question that could have been asked of the industry during these stakeholder groups?
There are a lot of questions probably could be asked. I think, when we present I think I presented some of our assumptions around renewables. I don't believe this was a specific one that I presented about. And the stakeholder sessions, folks are free to ask any questions that they want to ask of us as well. So it is a bit of a two-way street. I mean, that's the whole purpose, I think, of stakeholder sessions. But speaking for myself, I did not specifically ask anyone what they think fixed tilt versus single axis tracking was, because I thought we had a reasonable assumption of where things were at the time.
Okay, thank you. And you said that Duke is already working on incorporating this change from 60% to 100% in the next annual update. Is that right?
We will be incorporating it. I mean, we're working on all our inputs now, but the assumptions that we'll be incorporating it. So,
is Duke planning to adjust the ELCC factor of solar facilities in the annual update to reflect this change?
Sure. For new solar facilities coming online that are 100% tracking versus the 60/40 split that we had, we'll make adjustments based on the results of the study to reflect what the new blend of solar will be. So yes, so for 100% single axis tracking, we'll use the 100% results from the 2018 solar capacity value study or solar ELCC study.
Okay, so you'll be up. Your understanding is that the company plans to update that 2018 ELCC study to reflect.
No, I don't believe that's the case. But there's enough data from the 2018 ELCC study to pull the single axis tracking ELCC out, and we did use that in this year's IRP. We just blended it with the same data for the fixed tilt. And so,
yeah, I got it. Thank you for clarifying that. Mr. Kalemba, would you agree that, as with the ITC extension, that if the commission were to direct Duke to prepare a modified IRP for other reasons, it would be appropriate to update the company's modeling to reflect this change?
So I would say, since I've committed to doing this for the update year, I would certainly do my best to get it into the change. Now, I will say that we have to redo some solar projection modeling to get pull in model the new blend. So we'll have to do a blend. I think we can do that in 60 days. That would be my effort, but I think it would be appropriate to do that. I mean, that is something that, since we've committed to doing, I think we would do that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kalemba. Mr. Kalemba, I do want to talk about the timing of any changes required to the IRP in a modified IRP versus an updated IRP.
Okay.
So let's see here. As we've said, you testify in rebuttal that although the company agrees that changes to assumptions about ITC and single axis tracking are appropriate, that those should be done in the next update and not in a modified IRP. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm just going to direct you to page 8 of your rebuttal testimony, if you don't mind looking at that.
Give me a moment, please.
Sure.
Okay, I am there.
All right. And looking at starting on line 6, actually, do you mind just reading the sentence that begins on line 6 and then going down to the end of that paragraph?
Okay. If the companies were to incorporate this change in policy into a modified IRP, a commission order on a modified IRP in these dockets would not be expected until December 21 or January 22. This timing makes a modified IRP incorporating these changes obsolete in light of the September 2021 IRP update, which will be available before the 2020 IRPs are ever approved.
Okay, thank you. So as I read this, what you're saying is that there's no point in filing a modified IRP because an update is going to be filed before the commission has had a chance to rule on a modified IRP. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes, I think we have time for the commission to direct us to make changes to the updated IRP. It will be tight, I think, but I should say I should certainly not speak for Mr. Snyder, who is going to have to apply this in the model. I think that would be much more appropriate for him to answer. But no, so since we're going to be filing an IRP in September on about September 1st, and we don't have a ruling on this IRP, I think you will see the results in that September IRP filing of any changes that are made, including this axis tracking change and this ITC change.
Okay, understood. But you acknowledge that Act 62 authorizes the commission to require Duke to file a modified IRP, right?
I don't deny that. That's correct.
Okay. Okay. And would you also agree that the timelines for the filing and the review of a modified IRP are set forth in Act 62?
That is my understanding.
Okay. And the obligation to file an annual update is also set forth in Act 62. Is that right?
That's my understanding. Yes.
So presumably, if the legislature thought that it was a problem for the utility to be working on a modified IRP and an IRP update at the same time, it could have set a different schedule, couldn't it?
It could. I think, depending on the impact of the changes that we're talking about, and I think that would be something that, the commission could consider, how big of an impact perhaps is this, and do we have the information available to us today based on what was filed in the 2020 IRP to make a decision on whether or not we need to, or whether or not they need to order us to file an amended IRP.
Okay, thank you. Well, I want to talk about the 2020 update, which you testified the company is already working on the
2021 update. Yes.
Update. Sorry.
Sure.
And I'd like to ask about how the company views its obligations in the 2021 update and IRP updates generally. So, Mr. Kalimba, would you agree that Act 62 requires that the annual update include an update to the utility's base planning assumptions relative to the most recent IRP? And if it's helpful, I can pull up the statute if you want.
I am willing to take it from that. I will caution that I am not probably in the best position to answer questions where you're going, but please go forward because.
Okay. Thank you. Well, let me ask you this: could changes to the what does base planning assumptions mean to you?
So it's our base inputs into the model, and so we have, for instance, our base renewables. We have a base renewables that we're inputting into the model as a base assumption. Our base fuel cases are, fuel prices. We have a base fuel price. We also have a high and a low fuel price. We have base EE that we're putting into the model. We have a high and a low EE. So when I think about base assumptions, I'm thinking about base inputs, not the high or low inputs. And those are the assumptions that I think about when I think about base.
Okay. Understood. But you also, I take it from your testimony that you also agree that it's appropriate to make changes to the company's modeling assumptions or modeling methodologies in an update where the commission directs the company to do that. Is that fair to say?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So my question is this: could these changes to the base planning assumptions, to the modeling assumptions, could those result in an update to changes to the plan itself? Say that the company's to the company's resource plans that are selected by the model.
So plans itself, and you're talking about the encompassing IRP. There will be changes to the results that are shown in the IRP. When I think about an IRP plan, I'm thinking about the IRP plan in its totality that we filed. And again, I'm not an expert on South Carolina Act 62 or any of that. I would certainly defer those to witness Snyder, who speaks a lot more about that than I do. I don't know if I speak about it at all.
Okay, well, let me, I appreciate that. Let me ask it a different way. So the current IRP includes a portfolio that's called base case without carbon, right?
I don't believe it's called, it's base.
Or it's called Plan A.
Yeah, let me just pull up the correct wording because
Sorry, I could certainly have butchered the the
no,
terminology.
I can't recall if we, sorry, give me one moment. I got the IRP right here. I know I'm having a, yeah, so we call it the base without carbon policy, base with carbon policy. I believe you had said base case with carbon policy, case without carbon policy. Just want to clarify that.
All right, thank you for correcting that. So the base with carbon policy is a resource plan, a portfolio of resources across the planning horizon, right?
It is based on the base inputs that I talked about,
Okay.
without a carbon policy.
So my question is I'm going to go back to it. My question is this: in the IRP update, is it the company's view that the actual resource plan that's in that base without carbon might change as a result of the changes incorporated in the update?
I think if we were to rerun the base without carbon policy base with changes that we're making today to prepare for the 2021 IRP update and any other changes that we're asked to include, I believe the results would change.
Okay, because the alternative, as I see it, would be not to change the actual plan, but just to show how the plan performs differently with the new assumptions. Right, is that another way? So the company might come back with an update with the same plan A, but revised modeling will show that it performs better or performs worse given these new modeling assumptions. But that sounds like that's not what you think the IRP update is going to include.
I am sorry, I can't follow that.
Okay. All right, it's probably a bad question, but so let me I'll go back and just say your understanding of what the company is going to present in the IRP update is an updated set of resource plans reflecting the changes to the modeling and the base assumptions.
I haven't talked with witness Snyder, Mr. Snyder, about what we're planning to do for the 2021 IRP update as far as what cases we're modeling. Yeah.
Understood. Thank you. So, Mr. Kalemba, you're aware, or are you aware that Act 62 provides that ORS gets to review annual updates, but Act 62 doesn't say anything about whether other parties, such as the other interveners in this case, would have the opportunity to review and comment on the annual IRB updates. Is that your understanding of Act 62?
To the extent that that part, I believe that's the case. Actually, I don't know if it was provided. Actually, I don't know. I don't know if it's there. I'm guessing they're not allowed to provide comments. I don't know.
Well, I tell you what. Why don't we just? I'll make it a little easier.
Yeah, please do.
And well, I say easier. Okay, depends on my ability to share the screen. I'm going to try to share. Please be patient. Okay, are you seeing here a document that says headed 5837, section 583740 integrated resource plans? I'm sorry.
My eyes are not
seeing that.
That is, I think that's what the title says at the very top. Yes. Okay.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman, I'm going to zoom in here in just a moment, but is this showing up for everyone else?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. All right. So, Mr. Kalemba, I'll represent this is the text of Act 6 of the IRP section of Act 62, and I'm looking here. This is, if you can see it, text with a square around it or the rectangle around it pertains to annual updates. And it says here that ORS shall review each utility's annual update, report to the commission with a recommendation concerning the reasonableness, and then the commission may accept or accept the update or direct changes. It doesn't make any reference to other interveners, right?
Mr. Stone, I'm not an expert on South Carolina XC2. I agree. That's what it says.
Absolutely understood. I am not
I thought I will go through. That's what it says
Yeah.
there. I don't see any mention of anyone else, but I'm not an expert on this.
Okay, I absolutely understand. Well, Mr. Kalimba, would you agree that if changes to the company's modeling assumptions or methods were implemented in an IRP update, it would be appropriate for other interveners besides ORS to have the opportunity to review and comment on those changes?
I know what's actually, I don't know what's in the law actually, but to the extent that that they say that the ORS shall review and it doesn't suggest anyone else, I just read this as is. I don't know if are you?
I understood. I'm not asking you for a legal opinion. Okay. Okay. Thank you. This down. All right, I'd like to move on and talk about interconnection. So, Mr. Kalimba, it's your testimony. You testify, and I'm looking here. I don't think we need to quote it yet, but I'm looking at here pages 35 to 37 of your rebuttal. And you testify that Duke's its optimizer model limits the amount of new generation that can be put on Duke's system each year due to interconnection constraints. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And Duke's assumption is that a maximum of 500 megawatts of new generation can be interconnected each year for the planning period between DEP and DEC. Is that right?
That's right. I do want to make a quick note here. That is what we're attempting to do. There are times if, let's say, we're at 490 megawatts in 1 year, we don't say the model cannot select another solar resource. It can select a 75 megawatt solar resource such that it'll have in a single year, it'll have, it can get that resource in.
Okay.
We're modeling in blocks of resources. So we have a 75 megawatt solar facility block. And so if we're below that, we're not restricting the model from selecting above that where but yes, I mean, we are limiting to 500 megawatts annually.
Okay. Well, then that seems like a reasonable degree of reasonable flexibility. Is there but let me ask you about that. Is there a clear rule in the model that says if, there's one more that can almost get in, you can go up this far, or is this just kind of a judgment call that's made?
No, I wouldn't say so. It's when we look at what we have input into the model, we will allow the model, when we're forcing in solar into the model, and then there's out into the future, there's allowed to select additional solar, that's selecting up to that constraint. So it's a how to best say this. It's a constraint in the model. We're not being about 1 year it can connect or when it can't connect. We're just saying that it's picking that constraint on additions, blocks of additions. It's not picking it on megawatts of additions. It's picking on blocks of additions. So the blocks add up. If the blocks add up to something less than 500, the model can select something to push it right above 500.
Okay.
So yeah.
So the model's allowed to select one more block over 500, but once it's over 500, nothing more. Is that right?
That's right.
And so the limitation, it's 300 megawatts a year in DEC and 200 megawatts in DEP. Is that right?
Yes, so that's correct.
Okay. And was that limitation on interconnection applied across the board to all resources that might be selected in the model?
No, it's just solar.
Okay, so the interconnection limitation was applied only to solar?
Yeah, so the reason for that is we're adding, when we're talking about, say, a CT or something like that, the planning for a CT happens, or if anyone else is going to build it, but the planning happens long in advance. So when we're evaluating, CT blocks, we've got, large blocks of CTs that we're adding in there. And a lot of times, those might be, can be sited in places that are maybe less interconnecting constrained, and we just don't see the same issue with these generators on solar, being that it, we're talking about assets that are that require a lot of land. We know that finding land is difficult. That's close to transmission. We know that we're adding a lot of those in every year. We're not adding a lot of CTs every year, combined cycles in every year. The one resource that we have that we're adding a lot every year that actually is a driver of the constraint is the solar facilities that we're adding in there. So, with all of that study that we're doing for solar facilities and what we're trying to add, that's what the assumption was. I will say for wind, we also, so I think I was incorrect. I think we limited wind to like 150 megawatts a year, just because that's the block size that we're assuming would be coming on.
Okay, so only renewables are subject to the interconnection constraints.
So, solar and wind. Yes.
Okay, thank you. But a CT has got to be interconnected too, doesn't it?
It does.
Okay, and it often costs a lot of money to interconnect a CT, doesn't it?
Can.
Okay, and those costs can be in the tens of millions of dollars, can't they?
It depends where it's located. I don't know specifically.
Understood that it doesn't always, but it's certainly for some CTs, the substantial amount of interconnection work has got to be done, right?
Again, it depends on where it's located. I mean, when we're talking about solar, with solar being located in areas that we know are flat land or wherever it's going to be located, you don't know what that's going to be. But when you're siting CT, I agree that there can certainly be interconnection costs depending on where it's located. Yes.
Understood. But if the company were to build a solar facility, it could control where it was located, right?
It could, yes.
Okay, and it could site that solar facility in an area with lower burdens to interconnection. Is that fair?
To the extent that there are areas with lower burdens to interconnection, it could.
Okay, and the model, other than the forced in solar, the model really only models solar that's built by the company, doesn't it?
No, I mean, it models solar, the costs associated with that solar facility. Anyone could be building, 500 megawatts of solar. The location, we're not pre-assuming location for where other than it's got to be built in the Carolinas.
Understood. Understood. Yeah.
I don't know where.
Sorry, but the cost assumptions reflect the cost for the company to build that solar facility, right?
I believe we talked about this before.
Okay. So going back to the 500 megawatt per year interconnection limitation, you said that it applies only to renewables. Does it apply to both renewables that are forced into the model and then also renewables that might be economically selected?
So yes, so if we're forcing in less than 500 megawatts into a single year, and then yes, the model can only select up to whatever's left.
Okay, understood. So Duke's model's got a fair amount of solar being forced in to the model in the early years, right?
Yes, a fair amount. We're working what's coming online via CPRE Tranche 1, what's expected to come via CPRE Tranche 2, what's expected to start materializing from the queues in these early years. Yes, so other programs that are expected to come online. So there's a lot coming our way in these initial years, 2022, 23.
Okay, understood. And given this interconnection limitation, the fact that all this forced solar is in the model in the early years means it's literally impossible for the model to select any additional solar in those years. Is that right?
Yes, I'd also argue that to the extent that new solar was going to attempt to come online right now, it's not that, I don't know if new solar can come online by 2023 or 2024. The first year it's available to start to be selected by the model is 2024. I think just there's practicality limits around. If we're talking about sitting out there and I say, I want to go build new solar today, you can't just build new solar today and expect it to come online today. We're talking about new solar that today won't come online until 2024.
Okay, understood. And is it correct that in DEC, the IRP says that solar energy couldn't have been accelerated prior to 2025 due to the interconnection constraint?
I believe it was,
you can look at page 160. I'm sorry, I don't mean to talk over you. It's page 160. Sorry, page 167 of the DEC IRP. I'll just share it briefly. Have you got it? Okay. If you can see it here, would you agree that, and this is, looking at the bottom, this is DEC's IRP, that
yes.
It says that solar energy could not have been accelerated prior to 2025 due to the 300 megawatt year interconnection constraint on solar. Is that right?
Right. So when we say 2025, they're online by January 2025. So you could have something that shows up in December of 2024. That's what. So it's available for meeting winter peak in 2025. Yeah.
Okay. So thank you. And Mr. Columba, you acknowledged in your testimony that in 2017. The company's interconnected 744 megawatts of generation between DEC and DEP, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and so that's about a little less than half again, this 500 megawatt limitation.
You say a little less than half.
A little less than 50% more of
50% more. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes. So that's correct. And just to be clear, the 500 megawatt constraint that we're talking about here is what we feel like we can consistently add every year. It is true that we have done better than that in the past. We've done a lot worse than that in the past. That's you're correct.
Okay. So you'd agree that the company's interconnected 556 megawatts of generation in 2018?
I agree with that.
Okay. Do you recall how many megawatts of generation the company's interconnected in 2016?
570.
Okay, 570. And you also say that the company's only interconnected 267 megawatts of generation in 2019 and only 320 in 2020. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Is it your position that these lower numbers reflect a reduction in Duke's ability to interconnect new generation?
No, it reflects, well, partially maybe the physical constraints, certainly that were physical and timing constraints that we're experiencing. I also think that, once Q reform, to the extent that it's approved at the federal level, I believe is the constraint on that. Then, I do believe, we'll certainly be closer. I think we can certainly consistently say that we can do this 500 megawatts per limit year. I think without Q reform, I think the consistency is going to be difficult to hit that 500.
Okay, thank you. And you talk about the physical constraints. I want to mention something Duke currently has interconnection requests pending for new gas plants, right?
I do not know.
Okay, so you're not aware that Duke has applied for interconnection for potential company-owned gas plants?
I am not. I don't know. I honestly don't know if we have.
But you would agree, wouldn't you, that an interconnection request for a new gas plant by the company would be subject to the same physical constraints and the same study constraints that any other interconnection request would be subject to, don't you?
Yeah, I would imagine if being familiar in the past with if we're looking at submitting gas into the interconnection constraint, we would have worked backwards from when we think it could potentially interconnect to when we actually needed to put it into the queue so that it's there in time to meet an actual capacity need. I think we would have, to the extent if we had done that, I would imagine that we would have looked at the timeline and tried to make our best estimate of when that gas would actually show up.
Understood, thank you. But it would in fact be against the law for Duke to accelerate the interconnection of its own.
Absolutely,
projects.
absolutely. I am not suggesting that we would do that. No, sir.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sorry, Mr. Colomba, I know you knew just where I was going with my question, and we're on the same page, but if you don't mind, just let me finish my question so we've got a clear record. No, it's quite all right. So I'll just let me complete the question. So Mr. Colomba, you'd agree that it would be against the law for Duke to discriminate in favor of its own facilities when it comes to the interconnection process, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And you mentioned Duke's Q reform proposal, which the commission recently approved, right?
Yes.
Okay. And very briefly, could you just explain what Q reform is?
Sure. So to my knowledge, what Q reform is it's reforming the queue process such that you're no longer looking at projects that are in the interconnection queue in a serial manner, but they're now reviewed collectively as a cluster, and then the cost for any system upgrades associated with those projects would be shared amongst that cluster. And I should probably step back for the commission. I don't know if this was ever explained, but when we're talking about interconnections and system upgrades, there's a difference. So when a solar facility is out there looking to interconnect, or a gas generator is looking to interconnect, or any facility is looking to interconnect, they have to actually connect into the system. So that's the interconnection. And then there is also the system upgrades that may or may not be required after that system, when that system is interconnected. So the company studies, I believe, what the impacts are to the system. And so there's the system upgrade costs and then there's these interconnection costs. So I just wanted to mention that when we talk about what costs are being shared, I believe it's just the system upgrade costs and not the interconnection costs.
Understand. Thank you for clarifying that. So what you're saying is that, the cost to rebuild, if necessary, part of Duke's transmission system, those are the upgrade costs that are shared among interconnection customers. Is that right?
That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Kalimba, are you aware that Duke told the commission when it applied for approval of Q reform that Q reform would reduce the number of speculative projects entering the queue and will enable the companies to more timely, fairly, and efficiently process new interconnection requests?
I don't deny that.
Okay. And would you disagree that, I'll tell you what, I'll just, if you don't mind, I'll share another. I don't think I need to introduce this as a cross exhibit. This is the, as the caption on the side, the text on the side of this document indicates this is the Q reform application that was filed in docket number 2019-326E on November 17th, 2020. So Mr. Kalimba, does this appear to be Duke's Q reform application?
Sir, please enlarge the document.
Okay, sure.
Thank you,
yes,
Mr.
yes, sir. Sorry, it's difficult for me to tell sometimes how big it is on your screen. Can you see this? Is this big enough? Oh, I'm sorry. Let me try that again. I shipped it over and Here we go. Does this
Thank you,
appear
sir.
to be okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate your patience. Okay, does this appear to be the application for approval of key reform that was filed by the companies on November 17th, 2020?
That's what it looks like.
Okay, thank you. So I'll scroll down a bit. And this is the text that we were just talking about, where Duke is talking about the effects of key reform. And if you don't mind, if you could just, Mr. Clement, just read the sentence that starts with "as such" on page 5.
Sure. As such, the company's Q reform proposal will help to achieve X62's goals of fashioning generator interconnection procedures that allow for a continued transition to higher penetrations of distributed energy resources while ensuring that the generator interconnection process is efficient and fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory for all customers.
Okay, so the company is the company represented the impacts of Q reform in the application as helping speed the transition to deployment of distributed energy resources. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes, to the extent that it helps them get through the queue faster, it doesn't address what happens after they make it through the queue.
Okay, thank you. But the company's model assumes that the performance of Duke's interconnection process after Q reform will be no better than it was prior to Q reform. Is that right?
So I still be to be determined. I would say, we filed our RFP in September of 2020 while Q reform, I believe, was still an ongoing discussion, but I can't say whether or not the Q reform will help. It won't help the physical limitations on the back end. I think it's to be determined on what happens next, but I will say the Q reform will certainly help projects get through the queue faster and get studied faster, which will help promote renewables.
Okay, we appreciate that. Many of us have worked very, very hard on Q reform. We appreciate Duke's efforts on Q reform. But it seems to me that the IRP either is based on an assumption that Q reform hasn't or won't be implemented, or that it's not going to help. Is that a fair characterization?
No, I'm not sure that's a fair characterization. I think it's still to be determined what will happen, but I do think reform will help. And like I said, maybe instead of us seeing 267 and 300 megawatt or 320 megawatts of interconnection the past 2 years, maybe we would see 500 when we would have seen 300. So I think that's what I'm saying when Q reform will help the efficiency. I think it could potentially make things, I would imagine it's going to make things more consistent with this, because we'll have an idea of I would imagine we'll have a better idea of what's coming through. So I think there's an idea that the consistency will improve, but I can't speak to whether or not this will help on the transmission interconnection constraints.
Understood. But Mr. Kalimba, going back to the numbers for interconnection in 2019 and 2020, would you agree that the low interconnection numbers in those 2 years were attributable largely to the fact that Duke had determined there was a transmission constraint affecting specific distribution projects, and that it would not interconnect those projects until that constraint was removed?
I don't know.
Well, do you know anything about the cause of the drop off in interconnections from 2018 to 2019?
No, I don't.
Okay, so you don't know whether those two numbers, 267 megawatts in 2019 and 320 megawatts in 2020, you don't know whether those lower numbers are reflective of a long-term trend or of a short-term restriction on interconnections, do you?
I don't. I do know that there's more and more solar in the queue. I mean, if we think about it, there's 12,000 megawatts of solar in the interconnection queue. So it's not like that there's a lack of projects to be connected. I don't know if the reason that those numbers were lower the last 2 years and consecutively lower since 2017 is a reflection of a trend. I mean, one could say that this trend from 2017, where we were at 744, 2018, 556, 2019, 267, 2020 back up a couple of, 60 megawatts maybe, that could be considered a trend as well. So I certainly would not have said that we should have gone, at 300 megawatts of interconnection constraint based on this trend. I prefer to look at a longer time frame and average that in that manner. And
Okay, thank you.
that's what we could do on a consistent basis.
Understood. Thank you. So you'd agree, though, at the end of the day, the effect of this assumption in Duke's model is to limit the amount of renewables that can be added to the model in any given year to approximately 500 megawatts. Is that fair to say?
Well, it's in there to reflect what we think, based on what we've seen in the past and what we think we can connect on a solar basis, of course. And as I said, we're not forcing in solar up to that interconnection constraint, and the model doesn't select solar above that interconnection constraint in many years in the wet CO2 case.
Okay, thank you. So you'd agree, though, wouldn't you, that this assumption limits the amount of renewables that can be put in the model in any given year, but doesn't limit the amount of any other generation resource that can be put in the model in a given year?
It limits what can fully, to the extent that solar is economic, it can limit how much is actually being selected, but it does select, doesn't select up to that limit in some years. And we do test also what would happen if that interconnection constraint were higher than the 500 limit as well. So.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I'm sorry, but I don't quite think. Let me ask the question again. The interconnection constraint doesn't limit the amount of. I'm sorry. Interconnection constraint applies to renewable resources, correct?
It applies to solar.
Great, and to wind, correct?
The 500 megawatt applies to solar.
Understood. Thank you. There's a separate constraint for wind, right?
Only because we believe that since we don't know what's going to happen with wind, looking at what's been done in the Midwest and other areas to see how much they actually interconnect on wind, I think 150 megawatts is pretty large for wind, considering that we have zero experience with that in the Carolinas. But
understood. Thank you. Yeah. But there's no. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. But there's no interconnection limitation on combustion units, correct?
That's correct. They're not coming at us every year in that manner.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
It's not in a similar fashion as solar.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Kalemba, I'd like to move on and talk about the batteries that Duke included in its optimization model.
Okay.
You testify in your direct testimony that the company decided to model 4-hour and 6-hour batteries in the IRP, right?
That's correct.
Okay, but it did not model 2-hour batteries, right?
That's correct. Not in that. That's correct.
Okay, so in your direct testimony, I'm looking at page 21 here. You say that under all dispatch options, the value of 2-hour storage.
Attorney Snowden,
Yes, sir.
could you please turn your camera Back on.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't know how that got. I must have pushed the wrong button. I apologize.
And while we're talking, how much longer do you have in your cross examination?
Um, I have a little ways to go, sir. If you want to take a break now, might be a good time.
All right. We're in recess until 1:40. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back in docket number 2019-224E and docket number 2019-225E. Let's take roll. Present in the hearing room, we have Commissioners Caston, Powers, Belzer, and Jay Williams. Joining us virtually, we have Commissioners Thomas and Irvin. Attorney Snowden, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, this is Jeff Nelson for the Office of Regulatory Staff. I had a procedural matter. I wasn't sure if this is the right time to bring it up or not, but I would like to make an offer if I could, please.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. In light of the time constraints that we understand, of course, the commission's operating under here needing to be finished by Wednesday, ORS has contacted the other parties in regards to the rebuttal testimony of our 3 witnesses. We do understand that at least one of the parties has questions for witness Phil Hayek, but we would offer to the commission to move into the record, to stipulate into the record the rebuttal testimonies of witnesses Steve Barron and Lane Colin, and that they be excused from appearing again in this hearing. Of course, this is subject to the position of the other parties in this case.
Okay. Definitely love to hear from the parties and the commissioners. Starting with Clean, what is it? Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ben Snowden for CCBA. We do not have an objection.
All right. Attorney Thompson, South Carolina Coastal Conservation League et al.
No objection, Mr. Chairman.
Johnson Development Associates. Vote Solar.
No objection for Vote Solar.
All right. Duke Companies.
No objection, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, so let's just look at this. So we can take, my colleagues, commissioners, did you all have rebuttal questions for Mr. Collin or Mr. Barron?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Irvin?
I would not have any questions for those witnesses, and we appreciate Office of Regulatory Staff making that offer, and we also appreciate the other parties accepting it. In the interest of time, I think we're going to have a lot to consume and look at already, and to the extent that we can shorten the proceedings, I think that would be helpful. Thank you.
All right, so Mr. Nelson, the only rebuttal witness that ORS would put up is Mr. Hayek.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. Just to keep the record straight as far as what's entered when, we can just wait until we get to Mr. Hayek, the rebuttal portion, before I formally offer the rebuttal testimonies of Mr. Colin and Mr. Barron into the record.
Okay, thank you, sir.
But I'm good either way, Mr. Chairman. If you care to put it in now, I'm fine with that too.
No, that's fine.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Oh, yes, and they are excused.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Attorney Snowden.
Mr. Chairman, pardon me, Attorney Thompson with another procedural matter, if I may.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Mixon, my local counsel, unfortunately is having to attend to a medical issue unexpectedly and is not available for this next portion of the hearing. She hopes to be back within an hour or two. In the interim, since I've been admitted proc vice in association with Ms. Mixon, I need somebody to sponsor me. Attorney Mr. Richard Witt has kindly agreed to do that. So if it's acceptable, because I do have some questions for Mr. Columba, if it's acceptable to the chair and nobody objects, just asking if I may continue to appear during this interim time, being sponsored by Mr. Witt as my temporary local counsel.
That's not an issue with me. Let me check with my lawyer to make sure that the Supreme Court doesn't need to I can't remember.
We've done this once before with, when my former colleague, Mr. Holman, was unavailable, and Mr. Scott Elliott sort of temporarily sponsored me, but certainly appreciate that you need to check. And
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Irvin.
you have the discretion to grant that temporary arrangement, and I would move that we do so we can continue the hearing.
All right.
And Mr. Chairman, I don't have to do anything until, you know, everybody else has finished asking Mr. Kalimba questions. So if it's the commission's preference to just proceed, then we can cross that bridge when we come to it if necessary.
That's no issue at all. I just like to measure twice and cut once, and your request is granted. Mr. Witt, you're sponsoring Attorney Thompson as local counsel temporarily.
Chairman Williams, that's correct.
Okay. Is there anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No problem.
Appreciate it.
All right. So we're good to go there. Attorney Snowden, are you ready to go?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. And I was told over the break I was getting a little hard to hear sometimes, so I've made some adjustments. So if there's any issue with my audio, please let me know.
Right.
But I'll continue. Mr. Kalimba, you testified just before the break that the company opted to model 4-hour and 6-hour batteries in its IRP. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, but it did not model 2-hour batteries, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and the reason given for that in your direct testimony was that under all dispatch options, the value of 2-hour storage quickly diminishes as the penetration of those resources increases on the system. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so thank you. 2-hour batteries are less expensive than 4- and 6-hour batteries on a nameplate basis, aren't they?
Yeah, on a dollar per kW basis, they're more expensive.
Understood. Thank you. And actually, I'd like to direct your attention to. I've circulated a copy of Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association Cross-Examination Exhibit 8. Did you receive that by email?
I did.
Okay, and I trust Duke Council has also received that. I will go ahead and ask that this be marked for identification as CCBA Cross-Examination Exhibit 8, and I will share it.
The exhibit will be marked as CCBA, Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association Cross-Examination Exhibit 8.
Okay.
Marked for identification purposes. Are you seeking to enter that now?
I will
All right.
I will momentarily once we've just identified this. So, Mr. Kalimba, does this appear to be the NREL cost projections for utility scale battery storage 2020 update?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And are you familiar with this document?
I am.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'd ask at this time that the CCBA Cross Exhibit number 8 be entered into evidence as the next hearing exhibit.
Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association Cross Exhibit 8 will be entered into the record as hearing Exhibit 40.
Thank you, sir. So I'm taking a look here at page 9 of this NREL report. And so, Mr. Kalimba, this NREL report is referenced and discussed in Mr. Lucas's testimony and in your
Attorney Snowden, if you could enlarge that document
sir.
for us, please.
Yes, sir. All right. I apologize again. I'm going to stop and then resume sharing it because it's hard for me to tell in that format just how big it is. So I'll try this another way. All right, Mr. Chairman, is that large enough to see right now?
No, sir. I don't know if it's our screen or your computer is only okay.
Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Better? Yes, sir. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kalema, can you see this figure?
I can.
Okay, thank you. So this figure 6 from the NREL 2020 report depicts the relative costs of 2-hour, 4-hour, and 6-hour batteries. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And as you said, this left figure depicts the per kWh per kilowatt hour costs of 2-hour batteries, which are somewhat higher than 4 and 6-hour batteries, right?
That's right.
Okay, but over here on the right, it's the cost per kW, the nameplate capacity costs. Is that right?
Yes, I think I mistakenly said it was higher on $1 per kW. I should have said it was higher on $1 per kWh basis.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. But would you agree that, as shown on this graphic, the per kW costs of a 2-hour battery are significantly lower than the per kW cost of a 4-hour battery or a 6-hour battery?
They are, yes.
Thank you. And CCEBA's witnessed, here, I'll go ahead and take this down for right now. CCEBA's witness, Mr. Lucas, recommended that Duke include a limited quantity of 2-hour batteries as an available resource in Duke's model. Is that right?
I recall that suggestion. He suggested about 1,000 in DEP and a little over that in DEC. So it's a little bit over 2,000 megawatts should be allowed.
Thank you. And he didn't recommend that those 2-hour batteries be modeled instead of 4 or 6-hour batteries, did he?
He did not.
Okay, so he just recommended that they be added to the model as another option for Duke. Is that right?
That was his recommendation.
Okay. And Astrape modeled the capacity contributions of 2-hour batteries in the storage ELCC study, didn't it?
They did.
Okay.
Yes, they did.
And Mr. Lucas testified that the storage ELCC study showed that 2-hour batteries provided useful capacity during winter and summer peak hours. You recall his testimony on that?
Yes, I recall that testimony on that.
Okay. And in your rebuttal testimony, you agree that 2-hour battery storage could potentially provide nearly 90% capacity value for the first increments of storage. Was that your testimony?
Yes, for the very first increments of storage it could provide.
Okay, thank you. And let's just take a look at, I believe we're on page 37 of your rebuttal testimony. That's right, yeah, down here towards the bottom. So you say nearly 90% capacity value for the first increments of storage. What do you mean by the first increments of storage?
So for the first, if I flip to my figure 19 on page 38 of my rebuttal testimony, I show that for the first 500 megawatts, that value is between 80 and 90%, 85 and 90%, depending on the jurisdiction that we're talking about here. So that's that first blue and orange dot on that figure.
Thank you.
500 for DEC. For the first 1,000 in DEP.
Okay, thank you. And when you say incremental ELCC, this is the ELCC of the next megawatt of battery storage, right?
That's for that of storage. So then the next 1 megawatt. So then the next block of storage would get that next increment there, that 60%.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sorry because it's not clear from this, what penetration of storage, I'm sorry, what solar penetration is this graphic based on?
I believe it's based on the 40, the quote unquote low or the base amount of solar. So I don't recall the exact amounts. I think it was 4,400 in DEP. So it was over 4,000 in DEP and over 2,000 in DEC.
Okay, thank you. And would you agree that the storage ELCC studies showed that at higher levels of solar penetration, the ELCC value of storage, including 2-hour battery storage, goes up?
It did. And I will say, as I mentioned in my rebuttal testimony, as we're looking at adding more of these winter DSM programs that we've heard so much about during the first few days of this hearing, I explained that the winter DSM additions are going to start to flatten the winter peak, which extends that winter peak duration, which will have an impact on 2-hour battery storage. Based on the report or the modeling that was done, yes, that is my testimony. I will suggest that updates may adjust things.
Okay, thank you. And we'll come back and talk about DSM in just a minute.
Okay.
Okay, but what this, so you would agree, wouldn't you, though, that at higher penetrations of storage, these lines would be a bit higher? Is that right?
A bit higher, slightly.
Slightly.
All right. Yes.
Okay, and you included this graphic to show that the incremental ELCC of 2-hour batteries falls as penetration levels of storage goes up, right?
Yeah, I just want to point that it does fall.
Okay, and that's also true of 4 and 6-hour batteries. It just happens at different penetration levels, right?
That's right. It takes longer for those values to decline.
Okay, thank you. So this graph here shows, and I'll tell you what, let me, let's go ahead and I will attempt to share this. Mr. Chairman, is this graphic visible here? And is it large enough to see?
It's large enough. Are you attempting to show 2 different graphics simultaneously?
No, sir. No, sir, I'm not. I apologize. All right. Let me attempt that again. I do apologize. It's, I used to be an IT person. You would think that I would know how to do this better. But I try this again. All right, is that, I apologize, I'm not sure why there's another window showing up there to the left side there. Are you showing like 2 screens there? There we go. Is that better?
Not really. I mean, we can see the graphic, but it's small. But if the witness can see it, try to drive on.
Right, I'll stop the sharing, and this is on. I am looking for the reference for those following along. I'm on page 38 of Mr. Kalinda's rebuttal testimony. So, Mr. Kalimba, this graph shows that the incremental ELCC of a 2-hour battery in deck is around 85% up until there's about 500 megawatts of 2-hour batteries on the system. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, and then after that, it begins to drop off?
That's right.
Okay, and the ELCC of a 2-hour battery in DEP is about 90% up until there's approximately 800 megawatts of 2-hour storage on the system. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, so let me ask you, Mr. Kalimba, how much battery storage does the company's base without carbon plan include for DEP?
In deck, let me make sure I've got the right number here. Step. Oh, sorry, I don't want to misquote.
Is it about 150 megawatts?
I think that sounds right.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I
No,
think I said for DEP. But would you agree that it's between DEP and DEC, it's about 290 megawatts total? Is that right?
In the base without carbon policy, are you talking about what's forced in or what's?
What is selected in base without carbon? How much total battery storage in base without carbon is there for DEP? Approximately.
For DEP, DEP, base without carbon policy, storage capacity is, that's incremental, it's about 700.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kalimba, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out if you're talking about incremental, which was for what was forced in, or just the total
amount. Let's include both what was the storage, the battery storage that was forced in, and incremental storage for DEP. And I'm sorry, Mr. Kalimba, I am not able to hear you right now.
Sorry, I am. I just want to make sure I have the right number, and I apologies, I don't have the right file pulled up because that number sounds low for DEP, but I do want to just confirm that. I apologize if you would give me 1 moment. I'm pulling it up now.
Yeah, I believe there's some that's forced in and some that is selected.
That's correct. Okay, yes, so the base without CO2, the total amount of battery storage is actually about 700 megawatts of battery storage.
In DEP?
In DEP.
Okay.
That includes standalone and solar paired with storage.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then what about in DEC?
DEC in the base without carbon, there's about 350.
Okay, all right, so approximately 350 megawatts of storage, including solar plus storage in the model in DEC, and approximately 700 megawatts of storage in DEP. Is that what you said?
That's correct.
Okay, so, but as you just testified a few minutes ago, as shown on this graphic, the ELCC values for storage in DEC don't start to decline until you hit 500 megawatts of penetration on the system. Is that right?
That's correct.
And they don't start to decline in DEP until you hit somewhere between 800 and 1,000 megawatts on the system. Is that right?
That's right. And
okay.
That's correct.
So wouldn't you agree, Mr. Kalimba, that at the penetration levels we're looking at in the IRP, the ELCC values for 2-hour batteries would still be in the 85 to 90% range, if not higher?
Maybe. So the issue is again, with the DSM programs that we're looking at adding and that have been suggested in this, that will drive down that ELCC most likely. We'll have to evaluate that. Additionally, I would also offer up that if it turns out that the 2-hour battery storage is not able to provide the capacity value, and it would have been better off that we actually supply 4-hour battery storage during that time period, the customers will have paid twice essentially for those same megawatts, when the 4-hour battery could have handled it just as easily as the 2-hour battery. So there were multiple risks, not to mention the risks that witness Roberts discussed around handling winter peak with energy limited resources. So I think you are correct with the way the model was run for the capacity value storage study, that those capacity values are correct. There are other factors that we consider other than just the ELCC results as published.
Okay, well, let's unpack that a little bit. So I believe I heard you testify that you had concerns that the storage ELCC study was not accurate, in that higher DSM levels might drive down the ELCC of storage.
I said that there was a potential that if we had higher DSM, that may flatten the peak, which would lower the value for 2-hour storage. And I explained that on my Colombo rebuttal figure 20. Again, that battery storage study was done at a time without those DSM numbers in there. So I think we'll certainly stand by the study and the results of it. As with any study, there are opportunities to improve and make adjustments so that you capture the correct and full value. But I stand by the results of the study as published.
Okay, so the consultant that Duke hired to conduct a study on the ELCC value of storage didn't think it was necessary to model the impacts of higher DSM penetration in that study. Is that right?
I'm not going to speak for him, but I don't believe that we did model the higher DSM as a sensitivity in that we were looking at sensitivities around impacts of solar and impacts of increasing levels of storage.
Okay, well, the storage, the study is captured, the study is entitled the Storage ELCC Study, isn't it?
Yes, I'm just saying that we're looking at not just a single level of storage. I'm saying we have sensitivities of different levels of storage. That's all I was referencing.
Okay, thank you. But so what you're saying is that although the Storage ELCC study didn't concern itself with the impacts of higher DSM on the ELCC of storage, you suspect that higher DSM penetration might lower the ELCC value of 2-hour storage?
I suspect is a correct word. The study was based on the inputs at the time and the DSM levels at the time that we conducted the study.
Okay, have DSM levels gone up a lot since that study was conducted?
Well, we've had since then programs like IPVC and these other winter programs that we've discussed that folks are that we're interested in pursuing. We're not included in that study, and you're correct. To my knowledge, DSM today has not increased, or I don't know how much it's increased.
Okay, thank you. So Duke has not conducted any quantitative studies of the possible impacts of higher DSM on storage ELCC, right?
Not on storage ELCC. I know we've tested higher winter DSM in the I believe it was the reserve margin study or the solar study. So I'd have to, so yes, I've not tested in the battery storage study.
Okay, and your testimony is that the reason that DSM might lower the ELCC of 2-hour storage is that both DSM and 2-hour batteries can flatten winter peaks. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So and flattening the winter peak is something that's important to the company's resource planning, isn't it?
I mean, it's an output of the DS. I mean, addressing winter peak is important to the company planning. So yes, I mean, by addressing it, I think it is planning it.
Okay, so your claim here in your testimony appears to be that the company has got plenty of DSM capability, so 2-hour batteries would be unnecessary to serve that same purpose. Is that right?
No, I'm just saying that I feel like including the battery, the 2-hour battery, without having the full, I guess. Yeah, I would just suggest that we think that there's going to be more DSM, and there's a lot of effort to look at more DSM, and that is going to have an impact out of all of the technologies. So out of all the batteries that we're looking at, that will have the most impact on 2-hour battery storage. And I don't think at this juncture, when we talked about how much storage is in the IRP already, I don't think we should be relying on 2-hour storage at this point until we can further study it. I do agree that we should be studying 2-hour storage, whether that's maybe not in the IRP as I suggested, but I think the company we should be evaluating 2-hour storage as we're looking to meet different demands and see how it compares. Maybe it compares favorably to these new DSM programs. But I know there is a strong effort to get more DSM on the system, and any amount of DSM is going to flatten that winter peak, which is going to drive down the value of 2-hour storage. And it's a concern of mine that if we add that in and it turns out that that is not appropriate because DSM has now flattened the peak, or that 2 hours are not appropriate for helping to meet winter demand, we will have represented something that is not, that doesn't tell the full story.
Thank you. But Duke does not have any studies underway to figure out whether increased DSM is going to reduce the capabilities or the value of 2-hour batteries to the system. Is that right?
I am not sure. To my knowledge, no.
Okay. Going back to the modeling that's being conducted for the IRP, doesn't Duke have an obligation to ratepayers to find out whether 2-hour batteries could meet some of the company's resource needs at a lower cost than 4 or 6-hour batteries?
I think we need to, we have an obligation to figure out what the full resource mix, what's the most optimum resource mix to help meet demand needs for our customers. And I think that I don't feel like it's appropriate to test out 2-hour batteries within an IRP and present something that is not, may not be achievable.
So when you, I'm sorry, when you say may not be achievable, what is it that might not be achievable? Deployment of 2-hour batteries?
No, I'm sorry, not the deployment of 2-hour batteries, but the capacity value may not be the same that we're showing here. The ability to help with providing the capacity value that the study suggested, particularly when we're talking about events like ERCOT, or talking about events like what happened in 2018. You know, there are heavy risks out there, and you know, we need to evaluate it. I don't think it's appropriate in a long-term planning IRP document to evaluate it there.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kalemba, I'd like to talk a little bit about the battery storage cost assumptions that Duke used in its IRP.
Sure.
In this, let's see, this will be starting in your rebuttal testimony around page 13, I believe. But we don't need to look at any particular text right now. You do testify that the battery storage cost assumptions used in the IRP were developed for Duke by a third-party consultant, right?
That is correct, yes.
And are you familiar with the methods by which that consultant came up with those cost estimates?
I am generally familiar with how they came up with those cost estimates by researching and discussing with, my understanding is that they discuss with vendors and other battery participants to understand what the costs of battery storage are. So those act as inputs into our into the storage modeling that we do.
Okay. Mr. Lucas recommends that Duke use the NREL ATB battery storage cost estimates. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And NREL is the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And the ATB cost estimates, what are those?
The annual technology baseline cost estimates, which are based on the exhibit that we pulled up earlier.
That's right, yeah, cross-examination exhibit 8. And would you agree, Mr. Kalima, that the NREL developed these ATB projections for use in capacity expansion models?
They did, my understanding, as I read through that report, I believe, and I'll have to find the reference, is that they developed that for their own internal modeling purposes.
That NREL developed these estimates for their own internal purposes?
I'm sorry, when we were talking about referencing the, let me make sure.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at, I'm referring to the NREL ATB estimates, and specifically, I guess, to the cost projections. I apologize. The cost projections for utility scale battery storage that are in cross exhibit 8.
Yeah, I think I was under the impression, and I thought I had read somewhere, maybe, and I'm mistaken. So I'll retract that for now, unless I find it. But I believe that they've put those costs out to for as a data point out there for companies to look at as another data point for where cost projections are headed.
Okay, so for companies like Duke to use?
As a potential data point to understand if our assumptions, see how our assumptions align. I would not suggest that. One of the issues is that NREL does a fair job explaining what's behind their cost assumptions, but they don't get into things like depth of discharge, which I'm sure we're going to talk about here in a minute, and I'll explain that. But with our internal projections, we have a view into how making adjustments can impact battery storage costs.
Okay, thank you. So you'd acknowledge that the company's cost figures for battery storage are significantly higher than the NREL ATB projections, at least in the early years of.
They are higher.
Okay. So I'd like to take a look at, I'm going to direct your attention to figure 5 on page 14 of your, this is confidential figure 5 on your page 14 of your testimony.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Snowden, if we're going to move into confidential confidential figures, then we may need to take some steps to.
Yes, understood, Ms. Dillon. I am going to try to do this without using any confidential information. I'd like Mr. Kalima to look at it. I will not be referring to any confidential information. I will be referring to, well, I'll go ahead and say Mr. Kalima's figure is based on a non-confidential figure from NREL ATB, which I'll show, and then I will use his non-confidential testimony to discuss that. Does that work for the company?
Excellent. Thank you very much for your care and attention to that.
Okay, absolutely. All right, Mr. Kalima, so I'd like to direct your attention to your confidential rebuttal figure 5.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, and this is a comparison between Duke's battery cost assumptions and the published sources relied on by NREL, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and it's based on figure 4 in that NREL battery storage update. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, I am going to once again attempt to share this. Okay, beg your patience for just a moment. I think I understand why. I apologize. I've got multiple screens. I apologize to the commission that this is causing some problems here. Here we go. Is this does this appear large enough for the commission and everyone else to see?
If you could enlarge it a little more.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's a little too large, unless you just want to show the.
Okay, is that better?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Kalimba, this is the figure that your confidential figure in your testimony is based on. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And you testify in your the non-confidential portion of your testimony, you state that as shown in the figure, the company's starting point for battery storage costs is within the range of published resources such as Wood Mackenzie, which is Wood Mac on here, NIPSCO, and at the very top of the EPRI range. Is that your testimony?
that is my testimony, yes.
Okay, so looking at these bars, you're in Wood Mac, you're in NIPSCO, and you're near the top of EPRI. Is that right?
Yeah, we're right in the center of the Wood Mackenzie report that's co-authored by the Energy Stores Association.
Okay. Now, would you agree, though, that the company's starting point is higher than every single one of the other 7 benchmarks that's shown on this chart?
I don't disagree with that.
Okay, and it's significantly higher than the NREL estimate, which is the rightmost triangle. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So you explain in your rebuttal testimony, you explain that this difference is accounted for by the company's design assumptions for battery storage. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and I'd like to refer back to your testimony. You talk about some of these design assumptions. And one of these assumptions you say is moving from controls that require real-time optimization to controls that are based on pre-programmed commands. Is that right?
Yeah, so I think you're referring to how do we get, I think what my testimony there is discussing why are our batteries costs higher than the NREL battery costs. And I discussed that one of the potential reasons for that is when our model that we have from our third party, we can adjust factors that can influence the cost of battery storage. One of those factors is the control scheme for the battery storage. So you can have a battery storage control scheme that is hardwired into a battery that can control minute to minute movement of the battery, charge of the battery, or you can have a less expensive, if you will, control scheme that only allows for, say, pre-programmed discharge of the battery.
Okay, thank you for that. Is it your view that the battery storage cost estimates relied on by NREL didn't reflect these real-time optimization capabilities?
I am not sure. They may have said that they do or do not, but I don't recall seeing that they do.
Okay, but you don't know whether they do or don't. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So also, and I apologize, we're on page 17 of your rebuttal. You also say that moving from high quality HVAC and fire suppression systems, including backup power sourced from reputable vendors, to standard systems that just meet the minimum necessary codes and standards. Is that right?
Yes.
So that's another one of the design choices the company made was high quality HVAC and fire suppression systems that exceed necessary codes and standards. Is that right?
Yeah, and let me explain that and why NREL doesn't include that. So the HVAC, sorry, I'm skipping ahead your question. I'm sorry. You had asked me not to do this before.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. So by minimum necessary codes, you mean industry standards like NFPA 855?
That would be one of them.
Okay, and that was finalized in 2020?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's NFPA is the National Fire Protection Association.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. All right, and those codes and standards would also include IEEE 163518. Is that right?
I don't know. I will say I don't know all of the codes and standards.
Okay.
But that would be one of them, perhaps.
Okay. And that's a guide for ventilation and thermal management of batteries for stationary applications. Is that right?
That sounds right.
Okay, and that was updated in 2018, wasn't it?
It was.
Okay, and so in codes and standards, you would also refer to UL 9540 for any energy storage systems and equipment. Is that right?
I would assume that was, yes, that should be.
Okay, and that was approved in 2020?
Yes.
Okay, so is there any reason to think that the data sources that NREL relied on don't meet these standards?
Yeah, I think so. So in spring of 2019 or early 2019, there was a battery fire and explosion at a facility, a grid type battery outside of Phoenix, Arizona. They actually sent 4 firefighters to the hospital. And my understanding is that since that time, these codes have improved and evolved. That NFPA code that you referenced that was came out in 2020, that would be the one of those, I believe, as a result of the Arizona battery fire. But NREL is comparing they're building bottom up their battery storage costs, which I agree with. And then they compare it to these other published sources from 2018 and 2019 that would not have updated or even known to update their costs associated with that fire. So standards have changed since 2018 and 2019. And so as NREL is benchmarking against other battery costs out there, they're benchmarking against other facilities that might not have those or would not have the impacts on the design standards that had happened since that fire in Arizona.
Isn't it true though, and thank you for that. Isn't it true that NREL discounts older storage cost estimates to help account for changes in design standards?
I do understand that they look at discounting older design standard, older storage. I would argue that in 2019, the 2019 costs that they're referencing would be would not have included those estimates either. And I don't know when the other sources were updated. If there's 2020, even 2020 references to early 2020 may not have captured the full changes to design standards.
Understood. Thank you. But these codes these codes are generally in development for a number of years before they're finalized, aren't they?
I believe so. I don't know how long they take to be published.
Okay.
I mean, for instance, UL 9540A goes through revisions. It's out there, and then it goes through revisions.
Okay. So, yeah. Understood. Thank you. But it's your testimony that part of the cost increment associated with Duke's battery cost estimates is HVAC and fire suppression systems that exceed minimum codes and standards. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say that. I would suggest that a battery that is going onto our system would be designed to the, I won't say the highest safety standards, but they would be darn close. And I would suggest that they would be higher than the minimum standard. So in which case, if we had designed this battery that we're talking about to the base, I don't believe that would represent a battery that would be on our system. I believe that our battery standards would be representing a higher level of safety than the minimum standard. And that's my belief and my understanding. I'm not going to shy away from the fact that we hold safety as one of our highest priorities.
Understood. Yeah, thank you.
That's all I'm saying.
Attorney Snowden?
Yes, sir.
I see you've been going for about 2 hours or so now, maybe more. And I think we're talking about fire safety to a certain degree.
I am almost, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt. I am almost finished here.
All right.
Thank you for your patience. Yeah. Okay, well, we will certainly move on from fire safety. We don't need to talk about that anymore. I will just skip the rest because I was almost done. So, Mr. Kalunda, thank you very much for your time. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your patience.
All right. South Carolina Coastal Conservation League et al. Attorney Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Kalunda.
Good afternoon.
Would you agree with me that there are numerous differences of opinion about the assumptions that Duke made with regard to different resources in developing the 2020 IRPs?
I'm sure everyone has their own opinion about it. So if everyone has an opinion, then yes, there's a lot.
I guess I mean parties to this case and witnesses have expressed differences of opinion more precisely.
That is certainly true.
Let's just go through, I'm just going to go through with you, I would like to go through with you a short list of things that the parties disagree about, topics that the parties disagree about. And I'm not asking for your opinion on these. I think you've made those clear in your own testimony, and Mr. Snowden has elicited a lot of that as well. We don't need to retread that ground. But would you agree with me that there's some dispute about the capital costs of certain resources?
Yes.
And operation and maintenance or O&M costs for certain resources?
Yes.
Capacity value of some resources?
Some resources, yes.
PPA pricing?
That there should be a PPA in the model or not, yes.
Okay, so whether or not a PPA should be included as a proxy for something else, a PPA price should be included as a proxy for something else.
That is under dispute, yes. Sorry.
How about the extent of the impact of the federal investment tax credit or ITC on levelized cost of solar? That's in dispute.
When it should be applied in what format, yes, that's in dispute.
And what that impact might be ultimately, I think is to be determined, right?
We've run sensitivities that I think show the impact.
Okay. Now, so you would agree with me that there are numerous, factual disputes about costs and pricing for various resources that are important inputs to your IRPs.
Yes.
Now, you talk in your rebuttal about pricing from results of a request for information or RFI that Santee Cooper put out. Do you recall that?
I do recall that, yes.
And does it sound right to you? I can refer you to the specific part of your testimony if you like, but did you say that it's important to understand that generally a request for information or RFI is merely a request for non-binding indicative pricing from the industry? Does that sound right?
Yes, and in particular, this case, since I don't have any information around what was in the RFI, what was asked of the vendors who's bid, particularly in this case, that's my stance.
And you further said that, to your knowledge, Santee Cooper hasn't executed any contracts. Well, let me just ask, to your knowledge, has Santee Cooper executed any contracts in response to that RFI?
To my knowledge, they have not.
And can I infer from the reference to executed contracts that you believe a signed contract or power purchase agreement would provide useful information about the cost of a resource?
If I knew what the terms and conditions of the contract were, it would certainly help. But since I don't, yes, it would help. But
if you knew, pardon me, please finish.
Sorry, I was repeating myself.
And if you knew those terms and conditions, you would agree then that the information in that signed contract or the price at which that PPA was signed would provide some useful pricing information. Would you call it, in contrast to what you said about the RFI seeking non-binding indicative pricing, would you consider the pricing in a contract binding?
I would.
an assigned PPA, that would typically come after the utility has issued not a request for information usually, but a request for proposals or RFP soliciting bids, correct?
That's correct.
So would you agree with me that when the utility issues an RFP rather than just an RFI, those results do provide some useful information to you in your IRP? Or would the results of an RFP for which you knew the terms and conditions would provide useful information to you on pricing?
It would be a data point to have, and it would be a useful data point to have.
And you mentioned earlier in your rebuttal that, I believe it was on page 15 of your rebuttal, and I'm going to paraphrase here, not quote, but it's becoming increasingly difficult to rely on generic industry publications for the costs of some resources, especially technologies that are rapidly evolving. Does that sound correct?
That sounds
what you
correct.
said. So if the companies were to issue a request for proposals and receive bids from project developers, the results of that RFP would provide specific rather than generic pricing information. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Columba. That's all I have for you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Don't want to leave anyone out. Johnson Development Associates, Vote Solar.
Mr. Chairman, this is Court Walsh. We don't have any questions.
All right.
Taylor Spear, Vote Solar, no questions.
All right. Office of Regulatory Staff.
No questions from ORS. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner questions.
Chairman Williams.
Commissioner Caston.
Good afternoon, Mr. Columba.
Good afternoon again.
Are you familiar with the, I think it was discussed yesterday, one of the exhibits, Duke Energy Progress East, CPLE, electricity generation by energy source 2021 to 2/16/2021?
Generally familiar with it to the extent that it was discussed yesterday, but I don't think I haven't seen it and looked at that data in particular.
Well, the only thing I know how to do is just hold it up, but that's not going to work for you, I know. But it's the one, with the different colored lines showing the gas and coal. I'm not sure it's. Let me ask the question, and then you just tell me if you feel comfortable answering it. How's that?
Okay.
Is there, right now, is there any existing technology or whatever relative to solar and or storage that during this condition from February 2021 to February 16th or whenever this went through 2021 that would do equal to or better than the coal plant generation, I guess, amount of energy produced and time frame energy produced, or the coal or the gas generation facilities.
If I'm recalling the figures correct, where it's almost maxed out for several days, if I recall, maxed out meaning it's at almost its max generation correctly. I think that's the figure. Then I am not aware of any other technology that could do that. I would say, for instance, real quick, pumped hydro storage, for instance, if you had pumped hydro that was full and you needed it for 5 days, and let's say you had, that would be a darn big pumped hydro station, but you could discharge your pumped hydro ratably over a long duration. Our pumped hydros, I might get struck with, it's 12, well, depending on which site you're looking at, it's more than 10 hours, but it couldn't last for days, but you'd have to have a darn big pumped hydro station.
Okay, thank you. My question wasn't relative to pump storage or hydro, but I understand what you're saying. You have to have a pretty big reservoir, I assume.
That's correct.
But relative to existing solar and battery technology, is there existing technology today that can satisfy the time periods and volume of energy in a dispatchable way that would be equal to or better than these graphs showing the coal plants and the gas plants?
If I'm remembering the figure correctly, not to my knowledge, no.
Are there any definitive future technologies related to solar and or batteries that could do what's on the screen there, equal to or better than the coal plants or the gas dispatchable plants?
To my knowledge, no.
Is there any technology, is there any possible solar and or battery technology in the future that could be equal to or better than the coal plant or gas plant outputs and durations on this graph?
I don't believe so. No, to my knowledge. To my knowledge, no.
Not even a possibility?
Well, so again, it gets back to, for storage, for instance, it gets back to, well, let me step back. For solar, the sun's got to be shining. So let's assume it's a perfectly clear day. So even then, you won't be able to match that brown line there, this solid brown line that I think is represented by coal. You could pair solar and storage, but again, I believe you would need a significant amount of storage to do that. And that can last for hours on hours on hours. So there could be a future battery storage technology that can do that. I'm just not aware of one right now. Certainly a battery technology.
Okay, let me see if I have anything else. I think that's it. Thank you, Mr. Clember.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner Thomas.
Yes, sir. You have the floor, Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Columbus. So I'm thinking about risk factors, and in particular at this point in time, I'm thinking about hurricanes. My experience has been, certainly with Duke Energy Progress, they are impacted probably just about every year by one or more hurricanes. And I'm concerned about solar panels and batteries and how they stand up under those wind conditions and those flooding conditions. And was this considered in the IRP, or do you have any thoughts on that topic?
So that specifically was not included in the IRP. I'm wondering if, and this is somewhat speculation because I'm not sure what the agreement is between both solar and Duke Energy to do a resiliency study. exactly, but I could imagine that because it's focused on, I believe, transmission and distribution facilities, that, you know, a battery could be part of that potentially in the future. You know, that study could shed some light on that. That could be useful for us. I think that's the best I can give you. We didn't include any costs associated with that risk of, you know, a hurricane blowing over solar panels or anything else for that matter.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm not just talking about the cost. I'm just, again, gets back to the reliability. That's one of those things that we have to look at. And
Sure.
and that's fine. I just was asking. And basically, I guess the same question with regard to wind and wind generation and hurricane force winds, both onshore and offshore. I assume that really wasn't factored into this IRP either.
Yeah, so I think potentially on the offshore, because I think there's enough information around, you know, wind speeds during hurricanes, and I don't want to say that wouldn't be in there because I think they're going to be designed to handle that. I think our assumptions would be that, and our assumptions in the IRP probably would have reflected that for offshore. I don't want to be fully definitive, but probably. Onshore, I am sure that our costs would not, and our facilities, and the costs that represent the facilities for onshore wind most likely did not include that potential.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I appreciate that. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Irvin.
thank you. Mr. Clemmo, good to have you with us this afternoon. I want to follow up on Commissioner Cass's question earlier. He asked you, was there any other source that could cover the brown line in the February event? Of course, nuclear could, right?
It could, yes, sir.
And at my request a couple of years ago, I asked you to go through the process of extending the nuclear permits for the continuation of, you know, the useful life of those assets like Oconee Nuclear and the other stations you have in your system. And I understand you have applied for those permits. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
And they're pending with the NRC.
That is correct. I don't know exactly which plants, but I think you are correct on those. Yes, that sounds familiar.
And of course, nuclear is a clean source of energy when it comes to, there's no carbon or methane emission, right?
That's correct.
So that is a potential source. And if we do get to a point where we can use smaller nuclear facilities, that proves out to be a workable technology. That's a possibility. He asked you about possibilities, correct?
Yes, I was thinking of his question in terms of solar and batteries because I thought that's how it framed it. But since you're following up, you're correct. Yes, that is right.
And there's some other possibilities. A lot of research going on with green hydrogen, right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And so, and then there's all those things that we don't know because they haven't been discovered yet. So there are potential possibilities out there.
That's right.
Okay. I'm curious, change subjects just for a minute. Who at Duke Energy made the decision to arbitrarily cap or limit solar and wind in any given IRP projection?
So, sir, that was me, and I'm going to push back slightly that I don't think it was arbitrary.
Tell me why let me just rephrase the question then. Why did you decide to draw a line and say up to this limit and no more?
Sure. So I think that solar resources that are coming at us are, there's a steady stream that are coming at us. And I felt like we needed a reasonable, achievable annual limit for solar. I believe that our historic performance provides us a reasonable prediction for or estimate of where we're going in the future. And I say that because if I think about where solar is being placed today, most of the low-hanging fruit for solar locations has been gobbled up. So you're putting solar further away from existing infrastructure. So you're going to have to, from the interconnection side, you're going to have to build larger and longer connectors to get to the existing infrastructure, which requires right-of-way acquisition, which you probably know, right? Acquiring right-of-way is a difficult and long and sometimes expensive issue. So that's just getting the new solar to the facility. And now we're talking about on the transmission system with the system upgrade costs associated with the timing, you only have really, we do work year round to interconnect, but you really only have shoulder months that you can really get most of your work done. So most of the work happens 24 weeks out of the year during the spring and the fall. So you're very time limited. Now, let's layer on top of that the fact that we're looking at retiring 10,000 megawatts of coal and trying to build new gas generation to meet demand, or whatever kind of generation. I don't care what kind of generation you're talking about to meet new demand. That's all got to happen at the same time that we're getting solar coming in. And I can't say that we're going to be able to do like, I wish I could say that I know we're going to do 1,000 megawatts a year annually consistently for the next 15 years. That would be great. And you talked about this with, I think, Witness Roberts about the President Biden's plans for infrastructure and the tax benefits. And as Witness Roberts talked about, it's only down to a certain level. Well, we need that infrastructure to be able to make this happen, right? And yes. So there's stuff that needs to be done, but I can't say that we're going to do it because it's not policy today that allows us to do that. So that's sorry for the soliloquy, but
no, that's okay. And so there are good reasons why you can you can't, for example, you can't necessarily drink water out of a fire hydrant because it just comes at you too fast. That's kind of the analogy, the metaphor.
I think that's right.
So would the company benefit by hiring more people to assist with these interconnection projects? Is that something you need?
You're asking the wrong person, but I mean, in conversations that I've had with individuals, I think there are becoming the need for actual specialized labor is becoming greater. I don't know if that's an actual limiting factor yet. I would say the time constraints are some, but from what I'm hearing, there's certain specialized labor that would that could be a constraint in the future.
Okay.
But
well, because if there's a need that's reasonable and just and prudent, we'll approve that. I don't want that to be a restraint on the company. You understand?
I understand that.
And so if you need more people on the ground to do this interconnection work, please hire them, and I'll do my very best to see that you're fully reimbursed. But I don't want to see a bottleneck develop where we're not taking advantage of available resources. Do you agree?
I very much agree.
Because that wouldn't be prudent, would it?
That would not be.
Given the situation we're in, we need to accelerate, not decelerate the process. You agree?
So I agree. I am going to push back just slightly. And right. I say this is because I agree. We're moving in that direction. And you brought this up yourself with the Oxford PV, and there's these new technologies coming out, right? So if we go too, it's going to come out odd, but if we go too far too fast, all of a sudden we've given up the opportunity to fully maximize these new technologies.
Right.
It's kind of happened with fixed tilt to an extent, right? We've got all this fixed tilt, and now we've got all this better, quote unquote, from an energy standpoint and capacity to a very small extent, single axis tracking coming on. But if there's new technologies, you know, there is a pace that I think we need to take.
Right. And I agree with
That's
you.
all I would say.
We're running a marathon, not a sprint, right?
We're running a marathon, not a sprint. We need to run fast. That we need to run a marathon fast, from my opinion.
That's right. And that's what marathon runners do. They run as fast as they can, but they also pace themselves. So I can understand your point on pacing. But is a trainer would demand of an athlete in training, we want to keep the pace steady and going forward. Agree?
I disagree. A steady pace, I think, is reasonable. Yes.
It's reasonable and prudent because we're running a race really against a crisis that could implode life as we know it on Earth. If we don't address the climate crisis in the next 20 years, we've lost the opportunity to do so. You agree with that?
I that is accurate. Yes.
Once global warming gets to a certain point, it's a point of no return.
Right. I'm just saying that, you know, in 20 years, if we're go to zero like that somehow, which isn't.
It's not going to happen.
Right. Right. It's not practically possible. Right.
Much as President Biden would like for it to, the technology that we have available and the pace, as you say, at which we can incorporate that technology won't really allow it to, unless some new technology comes along. It's a game changer. Yeah. And that's the hope that will happen. And I think it will, because a lot of the money that he wants to spend is in research and development. But back to my point, if you look at Act 62, it's passed in our state, South Carolina, we are under a mandate to incorporate all this into our IRP. So as a commissioner, I feel like I have a mandate from the General Assembly to accelerate the process to the greatest extent practical. So that's what I want to leave with you.
Sure.
Because we are counting on you. You know, Duke is a good company, and they've been a good company for a long time. And you've got a lot of expertise. And in all fairness, your IRP is much more sophisticated than the others that we've seen this year. It's really not a bad start, but I think there is room for improvement. And we're counting on you and your team to improve it to the greatest extent possible as we go forward.
Well, I think we'll rise to that challenge, sir.
Thank you. No further questions.
Chairman,
Commissioner Caston.
Mr. Clem, as a follow-up to Commissioner Thomas's question relative to, I guess, maybe reliability and design mitigation. Did I understand you to say that, say for severe storms, hurricanes or whatever, that I guess that is not considered in the IRP?
So as I'm thinking through this, the cost of some of these, you know, the resiliency, the costs required for resiliency to handle for like, whether it's solar or you know, a combustion turbine or whatever, I would need to confirm, and I think whether or not those costs are included in there. Because, you know, what we're putting out there is what we think is required for our system. So, you know, as I think through the costs, I think there are design standards in there. I don't know what, you know, level hurricane we're talking about that they're designed to, but I do think the cost would be in there. Now, I will push back slightly on the offshore wind, because I don't think that the costs we have for onshore wind, I don't think the costs we have for onshore wind are, no one knows what it's going to take in the Carolinas to do that, because we haven't done that before. So those are coming from somewhere else that doesn't have hurricanes.
All right. Nope, I wasn't trying to paint you in a corner there, but I understand your response. I guess as I was thinking about that, and is trying to determine first if that's what I heard you say, was okay, all things equal, and I think you've answered, well, you can take a stab at this too. All things equal, that okay, whether it's a nuclear facility, a gas facility, or whatever generation facility or facilities you're planning, Duke is planning, I assume there's some design criteria that meets a certain standard. I know a certain wind standard for the region, for the area. I mean, that's kind of generally accepted. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So, for example, if you're on the coast, there is a higher range, and I can't remember what all we called it. I don't remember all that stuff. Thank God. But I did not know relative to solar, if it's a solar, you know, field or whatever, if the same accommodations were included, and if so, I don't need to know how.
Right.
Are all things equal as far as that goes from a design point of view?
Let me think through it just very briefly how we get through to the costs, and I don't know. I don't
Okay.
know. I don't think I don't know.
That's okay. That's okay, because to me, from Duke's perspective, from our perspective, everyone's perspective, you know, when you're trying to compare to the best of our ability, you know, let's make sure we're kind of comparing things as equally as we can, not only from that point of view, but from the reliability point of view, which I think, you know, those would go hand in hand. Do you agree with that, at least?
I do. Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any more questions from commissioners? All right. Any redirect?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Just a few things I would like to go through with Mr. Columba that were talked about with Mr. Snowden and the commissioners. So, Mr. Columba, Mr. Snowden asked you about, and I believe Ms. Goodwin asked you about this as well, but about the potential for modeling a solar PPA option in the IRP. Do you recall that?
I do.
I believe that was a recommendation or was talked about in Witness Lucas's testimony as well. Is that right?
That's right.
In his SIR rebuttal testimony.
SIR rebuttal, yes. Yes.
Does Duke model purchase power agreements for any other technologies in the IRP, to your knowledge?
We do not, to my knowledge, do that. No.
And are there any solar PPAs that are included in the IRP today? In the modeling that the IRP does, are there solar PPA options that are forced into the model?
There are solar PPAs that are forced into the model, PURPA PPAs, and now we talked about this early on, but yes, there's PPAs that are forced in.
And I'd like to share my screen for just a minute and go to your exhibits, exhibit 1 and 2 of your rebuttal testimony, please. Beg the commission's indulgence. I know that's really small, just One moment, please. I'm not going to be able to share all of this, Mr. Chairman, but I'll just zoom in as much as I can. This is more for reference as to where my questions were coming from. But Mr. Kalinga, we're looking at Exhibit 1 of your rebuttal testimony. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And of all of the, this is, and I'm sorry, is Exhibit 1 reflective of DEC? Is that correct? Duke Energy Carolinas?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And the same would, I'm sorry, Exhibit 2, I believe, I'm sorry. Sorry, these are labeled in the other corner. All right, I'm just gonna keep this simple. For Exhibit 1, we agreed this was DEC. Of the various rows that are listed here, well, could you just generally explain this to the commission? I think that would be helpful, and I'll let you talk about it instead of me.
Sure. So, per the request from or suggestion, I suppose you can call from the ORS, they had asked that we identify all the solar included in the IRP and link it to, as best to our ability, how it's included in the IRP. So each row represents a different type of solar that's included in the IRP. And so they have different designations. We have this designated, mandated, undesignated category. So really briefly, designated are projects that are in the ground today or that have a PPA to be, so they have a firm path PPA. Mandated is those that are required under regulatory or legal requirements, such as North Carolina CPRE. And then undesignated are things that we've talked about around South Carolina Act 62, economic growth. And then there's different solar profiles for each of these. So there's buckets, but anyway, I'm sorry, I'm taking too long. And then LCR is just a different table within the IRP. So sorry, this just represents different types of solar that are being added into the IRP.
Great, thank you, Mr. Klimba. And I'm not going to go line by line through this, but if we just take these designations on the left, for those that say PURPA, is that a Duke-owned facility or would that be a solar PPA?
Solar PPA.
And we see the category here that says utility owned. I think we know what that one is. What about those that say CPRE? Are those generally utility owned or through a power purchase agreement?
The results of the CPRE program in North Carolina. So power purchase agreement, purchase power agreement, sorry.
What about North Carolina Green Source? Is that a PPA or utility owned?
That's PPA.
See if I've covered all the categories here. Act 236, do you know about that one?
Those would be PPAs as well.
Okay. And in terms of the amount of solar that you're including in the model associated with those PPAs, I'm going to scroll all the way. Well, could you just, sorry, this is always just a little tricky. In your opinion, with the large amount of numbers that are on the screen here, is that a significant number of solar PPAs that are included in this chart and as a result included in the IRP?
Yes, I'd say the majority of these are PPAs versus utility owned.
Thank you. Get out of this sharing screen just one moment. All right. You and Mr. Snowden discussed what you relied on in determining what amount of solar would be considered fixed tilt and what amount of solar would be considered tracking. Do you recall that conversation?
I recall it.
And I believe Mr. Snowden asked you if you reviewed the bids from CPRE Tranche 2 when you were making those assessments. Is that right?
Yes.
And Does the company have the ability to review the bids that are submitted into the CPRE program?
No, not to my knowledge. I haven't seen them.
And who administers the North Carolina CPRE program? Is it Duke or is it Beals?
It's a third-party administrator. And IA, independent administrator.
And you're generally familiar with that, how that program works, right?
Generally.
Would it be fair to say that Duke sees the information on the bids once decisions have been made from the independent administrator about that program?
That's my understanding at what point we would see those, yes.
Thanks. The last thing I want to ask you about is one that's gotten a fair amount of attention today and that you talked with Mr. Snowden and with Commissioner Urban about, and that's the interconnection limits. Could you explain further the process that a interconnection request would go through once the study process is over, and the process of the network upgrades? I believe you were getting into this in some detail, and I think that it would be helpful if we could explain a little bit more about that.
So I'll try. So after they are studied and they get their interconnection agreement, then it rolls into the transmission and project planning organization that figures out how to interconnect these facilities, meaning sets a schedule, tries to figure out the resources, and looks for time to interconnect these resources. So it's, and then as I mentioned, this only happens about 24 weeks out of the year for the most part that we're interconnecting. So they have this limited window that they can actually go out and do this work. And this is at the same time that there's so much else going on the system, taking lines out for maintenance, which really causes problems with power flow. I think that Witness Roberts had talked about, and he gave that great example of, I think, Florence, South Carolina. So that's kind of what they're dealing with as they try and plan to get this solar on the system. So I don't know, frankly, I don't know all the details, but that is the general path that happens as after. And then I will say one other thing. At the very end, then there's this checklist that actually goes back to the, I think to our ECC code, like the central control, and they have to approve and say, yes, all of these items have been checked off. So if there's an issue for some reason, then it goes back and it gets reworked, and not all the way back to the beginning, but then they have to redo it. So there's a final checklist that and I think it's folks in the ECC, don't get me wrong, I'm not 100% sure about that, but I know they have to approve it before it can be connected.
And the fact that those limits are in the IRP, does that limitation affect the amount of solar or any generation that the companies can actually interconnect? And if the companies were to make improvements, as others have alluded to, the limits in the IRP, that wouldn't impact the company's ability to actually interconnect more solar, would it?
No, I don't think the IRP has an impact at all on what we can actually do in the field. And to the extent that there's, efficiencies or, improvements that I think Commissioner Urban and I had talked about, that will improve in the field. And there's, as we talked about, there's so much solar in the queue. Well, 12,000 megawatts of solar in the queue. And if as more solar comes through and things improve, and we see that, we're going to reflect that in the IRP as things improve. So, I would look at it the other way. If we see improvement in the field, then we're going to include it in the IRP. So I think that's how we're probably going forward, or we're going to go forward on that. We have to see the improvement.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, I did actually have one more question, one more thing that I needed to clear up for the record. Do you recall the conversation with regard to Duke pursuing extensions of nuclear licenses?
I recall that, yes, yes, I do.
Bear with me 1 minute. I just have a document that I need to share. This is not, I'm not asking this to be introduced into evidence. I just want to refresh the witness's recollection. Mr. Columba, if I were to refresh your recollection as to where the companies are in the process of seeking renewals for its nuclear licenses, would this document refresh your recollection at all?
Yeah, reading through it, I can see that that we had provided notification that DEC intends to submit a subsequent license renewal application for Coney nuclear station units 1, 2, and 3.
And that perhaps the companies have not yet actually submitted those applications?
That's right.
And are you aware that the companies have committed to notify the commission at such time if, I'm sorry, will notify the commission at such time when those applications are made?
I wasn't aware of that, but that makes sense that they would notify them, yes.
As aptly pointed out by Commissioner Urban. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to make sure we had that cleared up for the record, and I'm happy to answer any questions if I can about that. That's all I have. I appreciate your time. Attention. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt. Benson for CBA here. If I may, I realize it's getting quite late. I do, if it's possible, have about 2 recross questions for Mr. Columba.
Okay. So how many do you have? 2 questions?
I have 2.
2 questions. All right. 2 questions.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you, sir, very much. Mr. Columba, just going back to Exhibit 1 from your rebuttal testimony that Ms. Doolin presented to you. Is it correct to say that this, all the different categories of solar additions in this chart reflect additions of solar under programs that are already in effect?
No. I mean, there's economic growth category in here undesignated that would not fall under an existing program. I think most of the other ones would, though.
I'm sorry, I must have missed this. What is the economic growth category is what?
That would be solar that's selected by the model. So the incremental solar that the model actually selects, I think falls on.
Okay, that is. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. That is the company company design solar. So that is not a solar PPA, correct?
That's the capital costs we have in there that we've discussed multiple times.
Okay, all right, understood. Thank you. So so the company's model did not consider any procurement of solar at possible procurement of solar at costs below the company's own capital costs, other than any procurement that was already going on pursuant to programs already in effect. Is that right?
That is correct. I think we've talked about that. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Columba. Those are the questions that I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Caston.
I said I was through, Mr. Columba, but something I meant to ask you, if you don't mind. May I?
Sure.
I know you said you did not know whether, I guess, relative to the solar storage option, if there was any design considerations that considered, wind, storms, hurricanes, or whatever. If they were not, would that affect the cost positively or negatively?
It would make, if we did not, and then we were to include it, that would make the costs go up.
Would that be the same, well, not the same cost necessarily, but as far as any other generation facilities, whether that's nuclear, whether that's gas, whatever, if that were not included, would that be positive or negative?
If it were not included, it pushes prices, prices are lower than they should be if it were included. If it were included for any resource, to be clear, if for any resource we did not include those design, and then we said we're going to design to be able to operate during the hurricanes, that would lead to an increase in cost regardless of the resource that we're talking about. But again, I'm not 100% sure if we had it in for some of the resources.
I understand. So would that appreciably affect the PVRRs on any of the portfolios A through E?
It would make the PVRs go up. I don't know if I would say, it would make them go up.
Well, I assume someone at Duke can follow up on this or answer these questions, can they not?
Yes, I certainly can, and we can look into whether or not those costs are included for sure. I can figure that out.
Thank you, and I promise I'm through this time.
Mr. Chairman, I have a follow-up question for Mr. Kalimba.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead, Commissioner Urban.
Thank you. And along those lines, though, if the solar asset is struck by a hurricane or tornado, the company has casualty and property insurance to cover the damage and replace it, right?
Well, it depends on who owns it, but
I'm saying if it's
sorry, I should say I don't know. I honestly
I'd be surprised if you don't.
Right. Yes.
You should go out tomorrow and get a policy.
I would imagine we do. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And likewise, the QF owners would have, if they're prudent, they would have already procured insurance coverage for their facilities as well.
I would expect that to be the case.
Replacement costs. So that should be added to the equation, in my opinion. But like I say, if you don't have the insurance coverage, you need to procure it ASAP.
Okay. Yeah.
To follow up on one other thing, has anybody looked at the possibility of asking QFs to upgrade their fixed solar to rotational solar?
I don't know if anyone has communicated. I don't communicate directly with them.
Is there someone at Duke that could look into that to see if we could come up with a program to incentivize them to upgrade the fixed panels to rotational panels to increase their efficiency? It can't be that difficult. They're mounted just on a stand, and I think you'd have to put in a motor to rotate them and put them on a track. Can't be that complicated. Would you just look into that for us?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there are contract issues that would need to be worked out with existing contracts, but
yeah, it might be that you could give them an option if they do that as an additor that you'll compensate them at a certain rate. You know, those kind of things can be negotiated, but it might be worth a look-see.
Okay.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, sir. You may step down from the witness stand.
Thank you.
All right. So I want to check in with the parties to confirm how many witnesses we have left. From what I see, the company has 2 more rebuttal witnesses left. Is that correct?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Yes, that's correct. I apologize for the delay.
All right. And I thought I went over this yesterday, but maybe I didn't. Does Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association have rebuttal or surrebuttal witnesses?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, we do.
Olson and Lucas, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I apologize. I keep turning my video off, but yes, Olson and Lucas.
All right. And then we have the Wilsons, John Wilson, Rachel Wilson, and then Mr. Hyatt, excuse me. So, we had a couple of pretty long cross-examinations today. Can the parties tell me, and I'll start with the company, do they plan to have extensive cross-examination for Olson and Lucas, Duke companies?
Mr. Breichwart, are you with us? You may be better able to help us with this in terms of planned cross. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I just need to consult with the folks who are helping with minimal cross for Olson and Mr. Breichwart as far as Lucas.
Lucas, I think an hour is reasonable ballpark.
Okay, an hour for you. That does not include the summary or the commissioner questions. And what about Olson?
Very minimal, if any, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. What about the Wilsons? Do you all
Sorry,
have...
Breichwart. Where'd you go?
I'm back. Mr. Chairman, I would say we're still assessing Ms. Wilson and the synapse report in light of your ruling this morning, but I would say that an hour is probably reasonable as well for both Wilsons.
2, 4, 6. Okay. All right, clean energy interveners.
Yes, sir.
Do you have extensive cross-examination for the two company witnesses left, Santiani
We have,
and Snyder?
Mr. Chairman, we have no cross from Ms. Santoyani. We do have fairly extensive cross from Mr. Snyder. We can try to trim it down, but it will probably be something like Mr. Galinda's cross.
All right. So when you say we, are you speaking for all of the?
No, sir. I'm only speaking for CCBA.
Oh, okay. What happened to the coalition?
Well, I will say this, Mr. Chairman. We do try to ensure that our cross is not duplicative. We try to be sensitive to everybody's time.
Okay.
But I can't speak for what my esteemed colleagues might want.
All right. South Carolina Coastal Conservation League.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have no cross for Ms. Santoyani, and we do have extensive cross for Mr. Snyder, perhaps not as extensive as CCBA's, and I think could make a further effort to pare down to try to eliminate duplication to the extent possible.
All right. Okay. So it looks like we need to reserve a full day for Mr. Snyder. That sounds about fair for me. Would you all agree with that?
Mr. Chairman, it's Rebecca Doolin. Mr. Snyder's rebuttal testimony, I think, is in the likes of maybe 160 or 170 pages. So I would think that, and given the comments from other counsel, sounds like that's probably about right.
Okay. And so I'm looking at 6 hours, about 6 to 7 hours for the company to cross-examine the the clean energy interveners witnesses, including commissioner comments. Let's just go ahead and say 7 hours, so a day for that, a day for Mr. Snyder. What about Mr. Hayet?
Mr. Chairman, we have pretty limited cross for Mr. Hayet. So certainly, I think maybe 15 minutes, something like that.
Okay. Folks, what I'm trying to do is determine whether or not we need to come here tomorrow. We have 3 days, Monday through Wednesday. We have a commission meeting on Wednesday that should only last about an hour, if that. We were supposed to start at 10 on Monday, but I understand now we can start at 9. Now, the original schedule gave us 7 hours of hearing time, including breaks and an hour-long lunch. So that's 21 hours available next week if we keep that same schedule. I talked to the court reporter today and my colleagues and my staff. We can shave down those 15-minute breaks and take breaks at as necessary for the technical staff, our technicians in the back with the live stream, and for our court reporter. And we can shave down our lunch to about 25, 30 minutes. If that, muscle milk, power bar, whatever you need just to get through this thing. But I don't want anyone to have a sugar attack on me or anything. So trying to make sure that everyone can deal with that type of operational tempo.
Mr. Chairman, it's Rebecca Doolin. If you want, companies would be willing to stipulate the testimony of Mr. Olson. I think we can eliminate any other questions we had for him and have the CC, but not have to put Mr. Olson back up on Sir rebuttal, if that helps with anything.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure. I will need to talk to my co-counsel, but I'm not sure that we would want to do that. I think we'd like to make sure that Mr. Olson is available for commissioner questions. Although I would say, looking at the schedule, I think that we'd be willing to stipulate. It might not save that much time, but we could maybe stipulate to Ms. Santayani. Ms. Santayani, I don't know if other parties are willing to do that.
Okay.
Coastal Conservation League would be willing to, but certainly can't speak for anybody else.
Mr. Chairman, vote Solar.
Yes, sir.
We have brief cross of Ms. Santayani.
Okay.
But it's going to be brief.
All right. So I think we can probably get about 25 hours of hearing time out of next week. Let me do this. Let me consult with my my staff just to make sure we're not missing anything. We're in recess for 10 minutes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're here at the Public Service Commission of South Carolina in dockets number 2019-224E and 2019-225E. Let's take roll. President hearing room, we have Commissioners Caston, Powers, Belzer, and Jay Williams. Joining us virtually, we have Commissioner Irvin and Commissioner Thomas. The question for the parties, for the company, is Ms. Santiani available to testify today?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, she is.
All right, so my plan was to get us out of here no later than 4 o'clock. I don't know if that's going to be able to happen or not, but I understand that there's limited cross for Ms. Santiani. If we can get through her today, my plan is for us to break for the weekend, come back 9 a.m. on Monday, and try to get through this thing. I think we all need a weekend to recover. All right, can you call Ms. Santiani?
The company's call Dawn Santiani, please. Shall I proceed, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. She's under oath.
Ms. Santoyani, you're the same Dawn Santoyani that testified earlier this week. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you cause to be prepared 24 pages of rebuttal testimony that was pre-filed in this document?
Yes, I did.
If I were to ask you the questions contained in your pre-filed rebuttal testimony today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Mr. Chairman, we'd ask that Ms. Santoyani's rebuttal testimony be copied in the record as if given orally from the stand.
Ms. Santiani's rebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
And there were no exhibits, isn't that right, Ms. Santoyani?
That's correct.
I've got questions for you to go through a summary of your rebuttal testimony. Did you provide a response in your rebuttal testimony to vote solar witness Fitch regarding whether DEC and DEP IRPs should have considered additional climate-related risks?
Yes. In my rebuttal, I explained that witness Fitch's claim that the IRPs should study and incorporate climate risk is overly broad and inappropriate and conflates concepts such as physical mitigation and reputation risk, both of which are outside of the scope of the IRP process. And he conflates that with resource planning to meet customer demand. Witness Fitch asserts that the company's carbon price scenario and portfolios included in the IRPs, which achieve ambitious carbon reductions, are insufficient to address future climate risks. In so arguing, he sets out a path that I believe the Commission should not pursue.
Do you think that witness Fitch misconstrues the proper role of an integrated resource plan?
Yes, witness Fitch misconstrues the role of state and federal policymakers with the company's regulatory obligations. The companies are not policymakers, and while our management may set aspirational climate goals, we do not and cannot set climate policy. By asking for the companies to study policies to achieve net zero by 2050 within the IRPs, witness Fitch essentially asked the Commission to issue a mandate that sets a climate policy and brings climate policy studies into the scope of the IRPs. He asked this Commission to do that based on a study that he conducted, which has not been peer-reviewed, and that is based on incorrect assumptions and riddled with flaws, as described in the rebuttal testimony of DEC, DEP witnesses Snyder and Roberts. I understand witness Fitch's passion and interest in climate policy, but as someone who has been working in the policy and regulatory arena for 22 years, I know it is important to remember that state and federal legislators determine such policies.
Is it appropriate for witness Fitch to ask this Commission, as part of the IRP process, to establish carbon policy?
No.
Attorney Ellaby, I'm sorry, Ms. Santiani. Attorney Ellaby, if you could get closer to your microphone, sir. We're having some trouble hearing you in the hearing room.
Are you hearing me okay, Chair Williams?
Yes, ma'am. We hear you loud and clear.
Great, thank you. Can you repeat the question?
Is it appropriate for witness Fitch to ask this commission as part of the IRP process to establish carbon policy?
No. Any policy that would require carbon emissions reductions would be based on much broader statewide or national studies from established scientific entities and involve robust public debate and opportunity for comment. Once enacted by policymakers, the companies would incorporate the legal and regulatory requirements generated by those climate studies and that climate policy into future IRPs within the purview of this commission.
Explain the difference between the Duke Energy climate report and the IRP process.
Duke Energy Corporation publishes a climate report based on the reporting framework from the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, which is considered the standard for climate disclosures. The climate report is published outside of the IRP process and details numerous actions that Duke Energy takes to address physical, financial, economic, regulatory, and reputational risks, the very same risk categories and framework that Witness Fitch believes should be addressed in the IRP process. Duke Energy first published a climate report using this framework in 2018, and then published another report in 2020, and will update the report in the future as appropriate. Witness Fitch specifically acknowledges that the framework in Duke Energy's climate report provides an accessible template for climate-related risk information. That admission by Witness Fitch undercuts his contention that more climate analysis should be considered or ordered as part of the IRP process.
Could you explain the studies that the companies agreed to conduct as part of that North Carolina settlement agreement that's been mentioned?
Yes, and this is important. The type of climate risk analysis that Witness Fitch is asking the Commission to mandate in the IRPs is wholly redundant with a study that is the product of a settlement agreement entered into between both Solar and the companies in North Carolina. As part of that settlement, the companies have agreed to undertake a climate resiliency study in a rate case docket before the North Carolina Utilities Commission. Witness Fitch appears to be trying to retrade a deal that he's already struck. Importantly, that climate resiliency study already agreed upon is not part of an IRP proceeding, and the assessment will encompass the type of information that Witness Fitch requests in his testimony. The study can be used to inform federal and state policymakers who will ultimately make decisions about what to require of the utilities. I want to stress very, very clearly that the companies are willing and have committed to conduct such a study. My testimony should not be interpreted as questioning that commitment. However, it would be inappropriate to capture the analysis and results of such a study within the silo of the IRP process, as recommended by Witness Fitch, when it should be part of a larger conversation about climate resiliency. As explained more fully by witnesses Snyder and Roberts, the companies believe, for practicality and for cost's sake, that the IRP should not become an open-ended process that is all things to all people. The IRPs are planning documents. They are rooted in the company's plans to meet load and operate reliably and efficiently under today's legal and regulatory requirements. To overwhelm the IRP process with perpetual what-if possibilities, especially related to climate policy, would obscure this fundamental purpose, creating ever-moving goalposts and unnecessarily increasing costs for customers.
Did Witness Fitch's contention that the DEC and DEP IRPs will result in, did he contend that the company's IRPs would result in stranded costs for customers to bear?
Yes, he did.
Is he correct about that?
No. Witness Fitch's analysis that the IRPs will result in stranded costs for customers is misleading, biased, and inaccurate. First and foremost, the IRPs include useful lives for natural gas assets based on the life cycle appropriate for use in today's planning. Those lifespans may be shorter than what is currently in depreciation schedules for in-service gas plants, but future natural gas generation is nonetheless viable even with climate policy and are economic for meeting customer demand. Witness Fitch, who I believe may have a bias against natural gas generation, further makes arguments against natural gas generation based on unrealistic assumptions of future operations of the company's systems and overlooks DEC's and DEP's unique regulatory and statutory obligations to maintain the reliability of their systems. Witness Fitch criticizes the companies for not making crystal ball assumptions about policies and technologies 30 years into the future, while incorrectly assuming that federal or state carbon policies will cause natural gas to be stranded. His analysis is inconsistent with reputable studies showing the role of natural gas capacity in the long-term transition to net zero emissions.
Did any party request that this commission mandate that alternate market structures should be considered in the context of these IRP proceedings?
Yes, we saw those requests from Vote Solar and CCEBA. I explain in my rebuttal testimony that Witness Fitch and Lucas are inappropriately asking this commission to encroach upon the authority of the South Carolina General Assembly. Any study of new wholesale market structures should be conducted pursuant to the legislatively approved process in South Carolina and within the framework intended by legislators. Moreover, this commission cannot alone mandate such actions as I understand it. Given the multi-state operations of DEC and DEP, any resulting action would require the assent of North Carolina legislators as well. I think it's important to recognize that if we considered all the potential policy changes envisioned by interveners within the IRPs, then the process would become extremely complex and costly, yet not provide any additional insights because of the large uncertainties associated with those future policies. In my view, that does not benefit DEC and DEP customers. As policies are enacted, the IRPs will reflect these changes in future updates.
Thank you, ma'am. Does that conclude your summary of your rebuttal testimony?
It does, yes.
Please answer any questions that council or the commissioners have.
Carolina Clean Energy, Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association.
Mr. Chairman, we do not have any questions from Ms. Santoyani.
South Carolina Coastal Conservation League et al.
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Vote Solar.
Taylor Spear for Vote Solar. Good afternoon, Ms. Santoyani. I hope that you are doing well.
Yes, I hope you are too, Mr. Spear.
Thanks. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Did you consult with Duke Council or any of other Duke's witnesses in between the time intervening your direct live testimony in this proceeding and your current rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Did you discuss the substance of your direct and, well, I'll ask you that first. Did you discuss the substance of your direct testimony that you already given?
I don't specifically recall if we discussed the direct.
Did you discuss the rebuttal testimony that you were going to give? And the question is with any Duke Council or other witness that's presenting testimony in this proceeding.
I did not discuss anything that was substantive to anything that was changing about my rebuttal testimony. So it was just, I discussed it, but not anything that would change my rebuttal testimony.
Were you given any instruction on how you should address my questions today? Specifically in between the time that you gave your direct testimony and now, not prior to that?
I think I might have discussed how I would and what kind of questions I might anticipate.
This week?
Yes.
As State Energy Policy Director, you have familiarity with orders of the South Carolina and North Carolina regulatory commissions, do you not?
So can you clarify what kind of orders you are referring to? Because there's lots of different types of orders.
Sure. Part of what I need to do is establish a foundation with you. So whereas that question may seem somewhat obtuse, your clarification is certainly justified and warranted. So specifically, the orders that I'm going to be referring to are orders relative to the utilities integrated resource plans.
So the question was, am I familiar with orders related to the company's integrated resource plans in North Carolina and South Carolina?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you referring to this year, orders in this past year, or orders in the past?
General familiarity.
General familiarity, yes.
Do you agree with me that in some of those orders, we'll separate them. At least the South Carolina Public Service Commission has, in an IRP order, indicated its interest and consideration of both, well, at least at this point, Dominion considering its 2050 goal in its IRP filing, correct?
So yes, I'm aware that I'm briefly aware of the Dominion order. I have not reviewed the Dominion IRP at all, though.
Okay. Same question with respect to orders of the North Carolina Utility Commission. You would agree with me that certain orders stemming from the IRP proceedings in North Carolina, the commission there has indicated its interest that the companies consider its 2050 goal in their IRP filings, correct?
I am not aware of that.
Okay. I'll be referring the witness to Solar Cross Exhibit 10. And I'll pull it up on my screen.
Have you sent that?
They've all been happy to send it again, Mr. Ellerby, but I delivered every single one of these cross exhibits to you and your council last Friday. But if you need a copy, happy to send it to you now.
No, I've got it.
Okay. Showing the witness what's been previously marked as Solar Cross Exhibit 10. And I'll ask you, Ms. Santillanti, do you recognize this as an order of the North Carolina Utility Commission regarding the 2019 updates for the company's IRP plans in North Carolina?
Yes, that's what it appears to be.
Have you read this order?
I'm not sure if I've read that order.
You are the State Energy Policy Director for the state of North Carolina for the companies, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm going to refer the witness to page 5 of that exhibit. And I want to make sure that you can see this. You see where it says Ms. Santillanti discussion, you see that subheading?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and I'm going to read this to you, and you let me know that I've read it correctly to you. But in this discussion, the North Carolina Utility Commission is referencing that in its review and evaluation of the 2019 update reports, the commission has given particular attention to 4 topics, and one of those include carbon dioxide emissions, correct?
Yes.
Now refer the witness to page 7. And let's see here. Okay. The paragraph that is most obvious on the screen there, I want to go through some of this with you, and I'll give you an opportunity to read that. But my question is, do you agree with respect to this order that the North Carolina Utility Commission is indicating some consideration in the company's IRP filing of meeting the company's net zero carbon 2050 goal?
I'm reading, please bear with me.
Yes, ma'am. We want to give you as much time as you require.
Okay, yes, I do see the reference to the 2050 goal.
Can you answer the question though? Do I need to repeat it?
Can you please repeat it?
Yes, ma'am. The question is specifically, do you agree that this order tells the companies that it needs to be considering in some fashion the company's 2050 goal with respect to its IRP filing, at least in the state of North Carolina?
Can you scroll to the next page, to the
Yes.
beginning of the next page?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I would agree. That's what the order indicates.
And the order further suggests that the North Carolina Utility Commission believes that meeting this longer term target, i.e. the 2050 goal, will likely require aggressive restructuring of the company's resource portfolios, and that it is appropriate that DEC and DEP and their 2020 IRPs identify alternative resource portfolios that offer prospects for supporting and advancing the stated Duke Energy corporate goal. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I think the IRPs, the 2020 IRPs were responsive to that.
Did the companies integrate this direction from the North Carolina Utility Commission in the IRPs that it has filed in this proceeding? Did one inform the other is probably a better question to ask.
Are you asking if the order informed the IRPs?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I think it was a piece of what the companies were analyzing in terms of the various portfolios and what kind of carbon emission reductions could be achieved with the various portfolios that were presented.
And you would agree with me that the companies have submitted the same 2020 IRP in North Carolina as they have in South Carolina, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to refer the witness to hearing exhibit 3. And just for reference, if it makes it easier, that's cross exhibit. It looks like 5. So hearing exhibit 3, cross exhibit 5. Ms. Santoyani, have you reviewed the order that came from the South Carolina Public Service Commission responsive to the IRP filed by Dominion, and specifically the order was issued December 2020? Have you seen that one?
I have seen it. I would say I have not reviewed it in detail though.
Okay. Just bear with me and I'm gonna pull up what I need to talk to you about. In the interim, I'll get it pulled up on the screen. Ms. Santoyani, are you able to identify this cover page as the order that we just referenced?
Yeah, can I ask you to make it a little larger though?
Sure. And we're going to be just covering a very quick point on this, so we're not going to be on this quite long.
Okay.
So this is going to be for those that are following along, this is page 5. Okay. Can you please page 5 of the abridged exhibit, this is the complete one. So It is page 33 of the order. All right, we are all together, hopefully now. All right, the second to last paragraph there, I'll blow it up for you so you can read it. Take a moment to read that paragraph, and the question that's going to be on the floor is, do you agree that this is an expression of the South Carolina Public Service Commission, that it is certainly interested or considering whether or not Dominion's IRP should take into account the company's 2050 goal?
Yes, that's what it appears to be, although I would not have information on Dominion's, the IRP that was presented to this commission.
Okay, and you agree with me that specifically stated there is that the commission is hopeful that modeling these scenarios will provide at least some potential options for making good on the company's net zero carbon commitment currently lacking in the proposed IRP. Is that what that says?
That is how it reads, yes.
You would agree with me that Dominion's 2050 goal is not very different than the company's, or rather, let's say Duke Enterprises, right? You both equally have a commitment to net zero carbon by 2050.
That's correct. The only reason I am, if you want to say hesitating, but I don't know what Dominion presented in terms of if they presented a range of portfolios and all of those portfolios kept them on a track to meet their net zero goal, then that would be, I don't know that they did that same type of work as Duke Energy did and DEC and DEP in terms of our IRPs.
Surely I'll allow that. We can agree that we're not getting into what Dominion proposes in IRP, and I'll certainly allow you that. But on the same line of questioning, you would agree with me that at least in the resource plans that the companies have proposed in this proceeding, the analysis of whether or not the companies are going to be able to meet their 2050 goal stops at 2035.
The IRP span till 2035, right? And we show the carbon reductions through 2035.
Despite that, at least in the Dominion order just referenced, the commission is specifically addressing a 2050 goal, not just 2035.
Right. That the commission seemed to be speaking to, trying to understand how Dominion was on a path to meet their 2050 goal. I believe that the companies have laid that out in our IRPs with those various portfolios.
But there's no analysis past 2035 about how the company is on a trajectory, as the word that's been used, to get to 2050 within the IRP.
There's no specific analysis for the time period of 2035 out through 2050 in terms of getting to the net zero goal, correct?
Thank you. I want to talk to you about the settlement agreement, and I really want to be sensitive here because as I read that settlement agreement, that the terms of it are not admissible, and I'm quite surprised that it has even come up. But I will ask you, did you listen to the testimony that was delivered by Mr. Oliver today?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and you heard him admit that the settlement agreement is limited exclusively to transmission and distribution concerns. You heard
Yes.
that, okay?
Yeah.
And you also heard him say that the settlement agreement has nothing to do with generation.
I did hear him say that.
Yet you opine and you give an opinion and a recommendation in this case that there is an inconsistency in what Mr. Fitch has asked the commission to do and within that settlement agreement?
I think a lot of what the resiliency study can reveal are the types of looking at the types of considerations that affect the T&D system that could be used in the future to inform additional studies related to generation. And I would also note that the South Carolina Commission does have a docket to address resiliency for the entire system. And I think that will also be informative in terms of the company's response in that docket, that'll be informative in terms of looking at what are the resiliency aspects related to climate.
Informative, but not precluded by it. Correct?
If you're asked, can you restate the question? I'm not quite sure I understand what you're asking.
The results from that study may be informative, but nothing in that settlement agreement precludes the position that Mr. Fitch or Vote Solar has taken in this proceeding.
The objection that I had to Witness Fitch's recommendation for looking at what kind of looking out to 2050 is that there is a lot of speculation to not only the policies that will be in place out to 2050, but also the technologies that will be in use. And I think that we've heard some conversation around that today. So it seems that it would, in wrapping that into the IRP, would then unnecessarily create a lot more, just include a lot more uncertainty for that time frame in terms of whether those results were even meaningful. As policies evolve, and especially if there is for instance, national climate policy or climate regulation, then certainly the companies would incorporate that and then be able to address that specifically in the IRP.
Right, but you accuse Vote Solar of attempting to retrade a deal while you have acknowledged that Mr. Oliver testified that settlement agreement has nothing to do with generation, correct?
That settlement agreement has nothing to do with generation.
And that's what we're here talking about in this proceeding is a resource mix, correct?
It is a resource mix. It's the long-term resource planning. Yes.
Which has to do with generation.
Yes, generation is included. Transmission is included.
I'm on your rebuttal testimony, page 9, line 17, and in that you state that the resource plans proposed by the companies, quote, adequately recognize the potential for shifting legal and regulatory requirements around carbon policy and climate change, correct?
Correct. That is how it reads. Yep.
Okay. Now I want to take you back to some of your testimony that you gave to me, I believe it was Monday. But we talked about what types of carbon policy and climate change considerations were integrated into the company's plans that it has proposed. And tell me if I'm wrong here, but what you told me specifically was 3 elements: the carbon price, the enterprise's 2030 goal, and the North Carolina Clean Energy Plan, correct?
Yes, I referenced the portfolios that we presented and the carbon price, and some of those portfolios were aligned with North Carolina Clean Energy Plan goals.
Well, but okay, so those 3, right?
So the 3 I mentioned, the carbon. It's got a carbon price.
Mm-hmm.
It's got the portfolios that reach the CEP goals, and it's got portfolios and all the portfolios keep us on that path for meeting our climate goals. And they only meet the 2030 climate goal for the corporation.
Thank you, Ms. Santoyani. If you'll give me one moment.
Sure.
No further questions. Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. Ms. Santoyani, thank you for your time and attention. Appreciate your testimony and tolerating me.
Thank you.
Attorney Spear, did you want to introduce Cross Exhibit 10 into evidence? Vote Solar, Cross Exhibit 10.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for the reminder.
Vote Solar Cross Exhibit 10 will be marked for identification purposes and entered into the record as Hearing Exhibit 41. Questions from Johnson Development Associates.
Mr. Chairman, Court Walsh here. No questions.
All right. I think you all were the only ones I left off. Office of Regulatory Staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jeff Nelson for ORS, no questions.
All right. Any redirect, Attorney Ellaby? I'm sorry. I got to give my colleagues a chance to ask questions. Commissioner questions for this witness? All right. Redirect.
We have no redirect, Mr. Chairman.
All right, sir. All right, folks, we are finished for today. We will be back at 9 a.m. on Monday. We're not going forward tomorrow. Thank you for working with us as we try to get through this hearing. We're in recess until 9 a.m. Monday morning.